On meillä Kurasuolla remmi melkonen, vastustajan täytyy ottaa henkonen, kun joutuu katselemaan meidän mahtia. Ne on kuin pelais ilman maalivahtia, minkäs ne sille mahtaa, kun joutuu meitä jahtaa. Kiekon lauon verkon perään, pojat siinä itseään kerää. Kurpa, kurpa, Kurasuon pallo, ei kukaan meitä tallo. Maalin jälkeen maalin kunkut, voittofestivaalin. Kurpa, kurpa, Kurasuon pallo, ei kukaan meitä tallo. Maalin jälkeen maalin, mä voiton jälleen haalin. On meillä Kurasuolla tiimi rautanen, vastustaja on ku heikko lautanen. Kun me pannaan täysillä ranttaliks, niin nehän menee siitä ihan säpäleiks. Ei ne voi sille mitään, me vaan tehdään niin kuin pitää. Kun kiekko menee häkkiin, pojat kalpenee melko äkkiin. Kurpa, kurpa, Kurasuon pallo, ei kukaan meitä tallo. Maalin jälkeen maalin kunkut, voittofestivaalin. Kurpa, kurpa, Kurasuon pallo, ei kukaan meitä tallo. Maalin jälkeen maalin, mä voiton jälleen haalin. Kurpa, kurpa, Kurasuon pallo, ei kukaan meitä tallo. Maalin jälkeen maalin kunkut, voittofestivaalin. Kurpa, kurpa, Kurasuon pallo, ei kukaan meitä tallo. Maalin jälkeen maalin, mä voiton jälleen haalin.
Dudes, this is the part where I fire up the YouTube video, but I noticed, I saw a post on social media that that distracted me. I'm sorry. I think you'll understand if this happens, but you know, hey, we're gonna do part 9 here in a second, but here, check this out. Come on, load. All right, fine. We'll just load it up on the other computer. Jeez, look at this. Something interesting. Whoop. We'll cover this more for space news, but OK-201, the third flight-worthy Soviet Buran, they put it in a tent, in a climate-controlled tent in a hangar, and they're going over there in Russia. Someone's going to restore it. Yeah, the VOD's okay, digital, for what it's worth. No, it didn't get claimed. I didn't get an email, so... Look at that. Huh. Yeah, that's how it was before. That thing spent a great amount of time at Menino, which is an Air Force base outside of Moscow, and they had it, like, they towed it around during air shows, during MAKS is what it's called, MAKS. Huh. I mean, it's the same size as the space shuttle. It's actually a little bit bigger. That's really interesting, dude. Look at that. Huh. I'll be damned. Yeah, I usually don't do this, but look at that freaking thing. Yeah, it's definitely rough. I don't know where you're gonna find all the tiles and stuff for it, but yeah, there it is on the Atlas, the Atlant, BMT Atlant. That's the name of that plane. It's Atlas. Interesting. Yeah, that's very strange. Yeah, what? Okay. I mean, that's interesting that someone's going to restore it. That's super weird, dude. I mean, it's kind of cool, but yeah, about that. That's that is a weird one. Anyway, let's get into summer car here. I bet they make fake tiles.
Go and throttle up.
Yeah. 69-month reset from Flag, and that aside, I'm really glad to spend all these years here. Treated like a brother to you. Well, some here don't like you. Nah, don't worry about that. Glad to be here. I haven't spent this amount of time in any other community ever. Let alone spend this time with a friend. It's all good, man. Ow. Look at that. Look at that gnarly one that I got yesterday. This guy. No, that's not a wrinkle. That's a huge gash that goes around. It goes like quarter of the way around my thumb. That's an odd looking T-72 turret. Dude, I mean, nice paper cut and metal cut. Freaking hose clamp did that. The sharp edge of a hose clamp did that when I was trying to get all the gas out of the snowblower. Dude, that thing works. I started up the snowblower again today. Flipped it right to the run position. Primed it, like hit it 3 or 4 times. Pull start, started right up. Like, didn't miss a beat, which is super cool. Just saw the updated forecast. Plymouth there calling for 21 inches. Yeah. How's the tooth? It's dead. I don't feel it. They took all the nerves out when they root canaled it. They rooted my tooth. Yeah, no, everything's good. Everything's fine. Yeah. Yeah, they're saying the predictions went from snow Friday into Saturday about a foot to Sunday into Monday about 2 feet. So yeah, it's good that we got that thing working. You do know that now the snowblower works, it's not going to snow. Good. That would be really good. Anyway, let's get Winter Car loaded up here, and I'll start up the YouTube video. I gotta retitle it. Sorry, I was just looking at those pictures of OK201. That's pretty wild, man. Pretty wild that someone's gonna fix it. It's been sitting outside for 30 years. You know, that's not the best place for it, but all right. Okay. YouTube VOD is up and rolling. Let's go. In 5, 4, 3. All right, what's going on, YouTube? We got part 9 today. Let's try to make this car a roller. Let's go. Let's do this. What's going on, everybody? Let's freaking go. We got the engine made yesterday. That's pretty good, dude. Shoot, I was trying to get through the VOD from yesterday before this. Sorry. Yeah, you finish watching it, Dean. Be good. So, yeah, let's jump into it. No vehicular manslaughter today. I still can't believe that happened. I'm innocent, I tell you. I'm innocent. Wait, I had water. Where did I put my water bottle? Yeah, it's not your fault. Well, Dean, I said that, you know, I'd make up for it. I said that I'd make up for not streaming on Tuesday night. Is this sufficient? Is this sufficient enough? No, this isn't the yellow liquid water bottle. This is the damn Canadian water bottle. Fellas, look at this thing. Damn Canadian water. Gotta put that in front of the damn space heaters so I can get something to drink. Yeah, they're talking about 2 feet of snow. Yep. I am going to get railed. Sunday is not going to be fun for me. Hey, Mats, what's going on, man? Yeah, it's not going to be great. let's roll. You gotta miss out on the snow. Yeah, whatever. It's fine. Could have done better if we wanted this game to be at home. All right. Absolute Industries gave out 5 memberships over on the YouTube side. Thank you so much. Your sister lives in Worcester and she's not too thrilled. Yeah, we are going to get absolutely annihilated. It's good that I got all the snow and everything ready yesterday. Because, yeah, this is not... It ain't gonna end well. Alright, what time is it? So, it's noontime. We have the brown bomber. Look at that thing. Oh, yeah. I do believe we have some wood jobs to do. I think we have 2 of them, actually. We have... Nope, just 1 firewood job. Alright, cool. Alright, let's get that stress down and get this tractor rolling. We got some wood to chop. My goal is to get that car on its suspension today. That's the goal. Set the throttle. Ignition. Anyway, Absolute, I appreciate it, man. Thank you very much. Let's cut some wood. So I did order all the suspension parts that we need. We got a lucky drop from the Marchetti. We got a lucky drop from the Marchetti, and we should have gotten all of the suspension components. So the car should be ready to roll by the end of this. We are going to do a Space News today. We are going to do a Space News today, but that's weird. That was weird. The trailer was all messed up. But, yeah. Good here. Exactly. Good enough. Rocket Lab, yeah, we got to do a Space News because, yeah, there was a lot of Space News. That new Shepard launch just happened too. Pretty cool. So SpaceX had a tank pop. Rocket Lab had a tank pop. There was a new Shepard launch this morning. Actually, it was just a second ago. That Starlink launch went last night. Electron launched. Yeah, there's a lot going on. Okay, shut that for a second. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff. So we'll start Space News up whenever we get this thing rolling. I would like to get it rolling to, you know, in this series, so, or in this episode today. Yep, neighbor's doing his thing.
This is
Bio
space.
gifted
I'm in
5
space.
subs. Thanks for all the support, man. Really appreciate you. Thank you. Now I lost count of how many logs I have. We need 14, so I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Buy the damn tool. Okay. Okay. 9. 10. 11. 12. 13. 14. Buy. You want me to buy it right now? I'll buy it right now. Let me. I have it in my cart on Amazon. Amazon. I got Jefferson, yep. Buy it right now. Place your order.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Order placed. Done. There you go. That was the 110 one that I just bought, right? Yes, it is. Done. You asked. CS Champ 34-month resub. What tool are we buying now? It's a Vevor Spot Welder Stud Puller. So it looks like a blaster gun from Star Wars, right? What it does is it has like a spade tip on the end, and you weld, like you pull down the trigger and it welds to stuff, right? It welds the gun to it, and then on the barrel of your welding gun, there's a slide hammer. So if you have a dent, right, or a wave in your body panel on a car that you're fixing, you weld the gun to it, and then you pull the hammer, and it'll pull the dent out. Yeah, it's a stud puller. Yeah. When we go to eventually hang the quarter panels
Discovery, go at throttle up.
On the Coronet, that's going to be very useful. Now, how do you get it off the car? You just twist the gun and it comes off. No, the Bio, you were pretty much right on, dude. So yeah, appreciate it, man. Need helpish. Yeah, it's just a little tactic, yeah.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
I don't need you gifting subs to do that, Brian. Routinely buy thermal flowers and go shopping and stuff. I don't need no damn reason, I just do it. But this will go towards Bruno's flower farm. Oh yeah. Yeah, you like what you see, Nader? Look at this log. This freaking log right here, I'm handling it. Is your voice low? Oh god, I hope not. Let's turn the in-game volume down. Speak up, no you. I like to handle my own, you know what I mean? You know what? Let's stop this conversation. No, they didn't. It didn't get claimed. I guess it was too low. I didn't get a notification. Holy. No, the van's right over there. It's only vans. Maybe, King. I don't know. So, fellas, we're like really close to having all the parts to the car. I'm pretty sure I got everything I want. So, I'm almost confident we have every single piece. I think I need the clutch pressure plate, and that's about it. I'm wondering, you might be able to buy a pressure plate from the parts catalog. Oh yeah, we need tires as well. That's probably it. Yeah, we're gonna have to do that today. But will it pass inspection? Oh wow. No, I just avoid them, mate. It's the real key. As you see, during the Winter War, the Soviets went into the trees, right? And then they quickly figured out the trees will kill you. When the trees start speaking Finnish, you got a big problem, okay? So they avoid the trees, so I'm just avoiding the trees as well. Just looking at history. It's a good opportunity for learning. Hey, Nancy, it's going all right. No, man, that's crazy, though. Could be able to get this delivered before sundown, so. Hey Scott, what's going on? You're still a little low. about now? That should have fixed it. I moved the shotgun mic in a different direction. I'm not, though. The audio settings are lower than they were yesterday. The balance test. I turned the game down even more than I did yesterday. I haven't changed any settings on the microphone. But we're, yeah. Shotgun mic is directional, so it's got to point like right at where you're sitting, or else it doesn't pick up as well. You was watching you get carted off from jail yesterday. Dude, you gotta be kidding me. That was such bullcrap, dude.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Thanks, Bart. I get asked how I used to get rid of the smoke so quickly. I mean, extractor thing. Wow. I didn't see him because he was behind the fence, dude. I didn't see him. I wasn't looking in that direction. I don't look to my right when I'm pulling out of an intersection. You look left, because that's where traffic is going to come from. The guy basically walked into my truck. It was stopped. Okay? I was going like maybe a kilometer an hour. I broke a piece of plastic in the door latch system that prevented the passenger door from closing. Took me to the dealership, $250 part. $600 in labor? That sucks. Probably an ambulance chaser, right? Replacement part is made of steel. This you often Ford quietly change something so critical to the safety of the vehicle without a recall. Yeah, too many MBAs. Embarrassed. Dude, I've often thought about this, man. Like, if I somehow was able to weasel my way into manufacturing cars, I would just make a better car than everybody else. Like, it wouldn't be, like, super expensive. I'm not making a Rolls Royce here. I could just make a car. And, yeah, I get it, there's regulations and cafe standards and whatever. This would be a car that's, like, it would be like a car from the 60s, super easy to work with. right? And you know what? Like, I'd probably go out of business. That's the reality of the situation. Probably would go out of business. But honestly, I'd rather make a nice car and go out of business than make junk. You know what I mean? I gotta turn on the beacon. The beacon will shine a light in the direction that I need. And also, that's why I work on my own stuff. Come on, reverse. Hey, Warhammer. Yeah, that sucks, Rose. Dude, this freaking snowbank is pissing me off. I can't get the stupid trailer center. It keeps getting hung up. Hey, reverse would be nice. Did you learn to speak Finnish? Yeah. That's neat, cool.
Makkaraa ja mitähän sitä nyt nuori mies tarvii, hei ja niin varmaan tarvitaan tänä talvena vielä lisäksi, kun on vähällä pitää välillä vaan niin joku toista ja koko ajan pitää tuppaa lämmittää, ettei tuolla kalahtaa ja minä soitelen, kun tarvii uudistutella tuon suuin. Kiitoksia vaan.
Where the hell is the lever? I can't see the damn thing. Yeah, that's something. What's the driver? Let's get out of here. We're on the opposite side of the map from the area. Yeah, the playback on OBS is lighter. I can barely see on there. You really can't see on this. It's hard to do it. I gotta figure out why that's going on. I wound up in jail. Yeah, and then I chat commuted the sentence because it was stupid. I'm not spending 20 hours in the game in jail. That's not very good. That's not a very good Let's Play. Music's so loud I can barely hear you. Whatever. How about no music then? I swear Windows must have changed something, dude. Let me check her mic output. No, it's... I mean, I can turn it up a little bit, but... You versus the game is still way off. Alright. So I'm gonna turn it up, and then in a, 3 or 4 days, everybody will say they can't hear the game. So, that's fun. Hey, Binary, how you doing? Yeah, guys, I haven't changed any settings since yesterday. It's the same exact settings. Like I didn't restart my computers last night. I don't understand how the game just got louder unless Topless updated something. Much better now. Yeah, it's very strange.
Discovery, go and throttle.
Alexis, 87-month resub. Good afternoon. Hey, man. Much better now. Guys, I boosted the mic like crazy. That's ridiculous to me. Something, I don't know what changed. Whatever, as long as it's balanced now. Something overpriced in 2026, Clayton? Tell me more. That's why I don't really buy stuff. Like, except for tools for the shop. No, it was the same, Rarest. That's the even weirder part. I have a soundboard, or a mixer, Behringer X1204. Well, Rarest stole your comment. On the computer that's streaming to you guys, it's Windows 10. I think we should remove the hand tats. We should remove the jail tats. We didn't serve jail time. You know what I mean? No, that was yesterday, Ender. Let's go into town. No, an NPC walked into my truck. I'm not even kidding. And it counted as me running him over. I fleeced the piggy, that's right. Yeah. I was coming out of the poo recycling area, and there was an NPC behind the fence, and I couldn't see him. And when we pulled into the intersection, I was looking left, right? Or like looking out into the road, because that's where the car that's going to hit you comes from. So when I turned right and I turned around, he came out from behind the fence and went into the road. I didn't see him, right? And I slammed on the brakes, and right as my truck stopped, he ran into the front. He ran into the front of the truck. It must have been maybe a kilometer an hour impact, maybe like 0.6 mile per hour. Like, dude, the NPC basically walked into my truck. I had to check to meet your sentence. Oh, I edited that crap out. It gave me 10 days in jail. That's 20 hours in real time. I'm not doing that. Yeah, the pigman did it to get back at me. That's what happened. Yeah, check the clips, dudes. It's stupid. I stopped that damn truck in time, which just is annoying. But hey, it is what it is. Yeah, so I was like, I'm not... Jail time in summer car isn't a really funny Let's Play, so...
Discovery,
hey,
go
John,
and throttle up.
96-month resub. Thank you. Yeah, I can edit the save. I have a save editor. I rarely use it. Everyone always says they are innocent. Watch the clip. That guy was trying to claim insurance fraud. He's committing insurance fraud. It's ridiculous. I'm wrongfully persecuted. I sat in jail for probably about 30 to 45 minutes at the end of the VOD, and then I said, nope, I'm not doing this. This is stupid. To be fair, you committed unemployment fraud. I did not. I am not employed. I do not receive a W-2. And I get paid in cash. I am unemployed. I'm complying with the law. What if you ran over the bus driver too? I don't know. Do they have W-2s in Finland? I'm sure they have an equivalent. We need time you have the tats to prove it. Like I said, guys, if the game comes after you for committing employment fraud, I'll serve the time. But that NPC hit was nonsense. We're talking about in game, not in real life. Yeah, we can edit out the tats, yes. I probably will. We didn't serve the time. We didn't earn those tats. I had a dash cam, William. It doesn't matter. I had a dash cam and about 500 witnesses that say otherwise. you use the editor to add a second car frame? I'm not sure you can have 2 shells, but that would be super cool.
Joku varmaan jo miettii, että onhan meillä meteorologit, mutta ei ole sama asia se. Meteorologi yleensä kertoo faktoja menneiltä päiviltä ja
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Saatana! Jumalauta! Perkele!
Yeah, I should have another.
Saatana! Voi vittujen vittu!
We just checked the mailbox. There's nothing in there.
Vittu!
Just got here. What did I miss? Don't know. I have no idea when the last time you were watching the stream was, Brew Boy.
Vittu!
I have no idea, dude. Just taking some painkillers for my tooth. We good though. The RV game seems like fun, yeah, for sure.
Voi vittujen kevää!
We had insufficient extraterrestrial blocker. The doctor said to do it, dude. I don't feel the tooth but like it's inflamed all around it, so yeah. And the doctor said keep doing it, so that's what I'm doing. Extraterrestre blocko. Exotinzo Ivenainen?
Lisää elinvoimaasi ja vaihda turbovaihteelle. Exotinzo hivenaine tiiviste parantaa suorituskykyäsi huikeasti. Saatavilla kaikista hyvin varustelluista kaupoista.
Poistaa.
Ai.
Ai. Oh boy, 6 a.m. So Finzo even I know. All right, let's go check the mailbox. Exatinzo Hivanina. Nothing. Huh. Interesting. Hey, Industries, thanks for gifting 5 memberships before, man. I appreciate it. Reserve coordinates. Ruben. You guys talking about sandwiches? Alright. Why is the bus stuck on the gas pump? You watch every day? Thanks, Absolute. I appreciate it. Thanks for the support, man. And thanks for watching. And that goes for everybody else, too. Thank you. I'm glad you guys are enjoying Winter Car. This game is fun, if not infuriating. But I always say the games that you get the most pissed off at are usually the most fun. I know that sounds kind of counterintuitive, but it's true. Extra Pedesta Bronco. Yeah, that's right. I should have. Extra Pedestre Bronco. I wonder if we got unemployment again. It is a new week after all. Don't look. We did. What's Locra? Rent. Oh, okay. Even I'm a D. Ah, new Marchetti. Yeah, baby. Maddie, what's up, man? Somebody made an NSF livery for MSC. I just spotted it in the Winter Car Discord. Really? Odota, ole aivan. Ota kortti. It looked like it, Adzio. No, okay, Dom. Great gameplay. You know? Great gameplay. Perfect. Just put it in general. Is this ABBA? It looks like, it sounds like Finnish ABBA or something. Fabba or something. NSF livery. I don't understand how that's an NSF livery. Funny though. Yeah, I see it. All right, let's check the Marchetti. And that definitely is a 126p. It's called a Fitan Parma. That's funny. All right, what do we have here? What do I need? I need a clutch pressure plate. That's what I'm looking for. Brake lines I have. I have a carburetor. I have a dashboard mount. I have automatic pedals. I don't need them. Distributor and hubcap. I don't need any of that. Grill. Driver's seat. Right brake. GT steering wheel. Don't need that. Front bumper. Starter. Water pump. Pulley. Head gasket. Gear stick. Front upper control arm. Fender, left door, rear light, rear axle carb, rear exhaust, automatic, oil pan, pressure plate. Dang, dude. Instrument panel, front lower control arm. Yeah, whatever. We could get some studded tires if you guys want roller tires. They're a little pricey, but we also need steering wheel shrouds. But I don't. Yeah, I do need a backrest. I do. Backrest. Ugh. Hey, Vulcan.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
You definitely drive off a cliff as fast as possible. Nah. 73 months, dude. What's up? Yeah, I suppose we do need a back seat, backrest. Crank pulley, passenger bucket, cam pulley, thermostat, muffler. Look for stuff that says shroud, guys. R shroud and L shroud. We need those. Valve cover, right upper control arm, crankshaft, rear light, belt cover. Oh. No shrouds. The backrest is $950, dude. I don't need headlights. No, I have all of them. Yeah, we already have that. I might buy the studded tires just because. Let's do it. It's the true Finnish rally experience, though. Yeah, I get you. Is anything you had in the flea market sold? Yeah, but I don't know if I ever got paid. Why aren't you pacing around the kitchen while doing this? Because it won't let you move when you call someone. It takes a week. I think it's been more than a week in game. You have to pick up the cash at the flea market. Extra post order blocky. Oh, looks like it's gonna snow. Oh. Extra post order blocky. Oh. Okay, Dama. Overnight ship be blocky.
kiveä tai tiiltä. Asennat
Hey fellas,
ET-blokun
I'll be right back. One second. I gotta go down to the house real quick. It's real quick. I'll be back. It's totally not because I have to poop, I swear.
Ja täysin huomaamattoman suojausmekanismi, joka
It's totally not that.
ilman, että muukalaiset edes ymmärtävät, miksi eteneminen pysähtyi. Tilaa nyt, ennen kuin seuraava yö alkaa. Kuvittele hetki, että makaat yöllä sängyssäsi silmät kiinni, hengitys rauhallisena ja täysin tietämättömänä siinä, että samaan aikaan huonestosi ulkopuolella rönnyää jokin, joka haluaa sisälle tahtomattasi, tietämättäsi ja pahat mielessä. Ei, en tarkoita raadonia enkä matkapuhelinten vaaratonta säteilyä, vaan jotain paljon vaarallisempaa ja todellisempaa uhkaa, muukalaisia avaruudesta. Tiesitkö, että suurin osa ei-toivotuista muukalaisten huoneistoihin tunkeutumisesta tapahtuu seinäpintojen lävitse osmoottisesti tunkeutumalla? Muukalaismolekyylit värähtelevät, etsivät heikkoa kohtaa ja alkavat osmoottisesti tunkeutua suoraan betonin, kipsilevyn ja tapetin läpi. Ilman ääntä, ilman lupaa ja ennen kaikkea ilman olet asiasta tietoinen. Mutta ei hätää, minulla on nyt ratkaisu tähän ongelmaan, josta ei puhuta uutisissa. ET-blokku. ET-blokku on täysin ainutlaatuinen, seinälle käsin levitettävä alumiinifoliopohjainen makropinnoite, joka muodostaa huoneistoisi näkymättömän, mutta äärimmäisen tehokkaan suojakerroksen ja estää muukalaismolekyylien osmoottisen ei-toivotun tunkeutumisen juuri silloin, kun olet herkimmesi. Tämä hämmästyttävän tehokas manuaalisesti levitettävä makropinnoite sopii kaikille seinäpinnoille, oli ne sitten tapitoitu, maalattu, lakattu tai jätetty paljalle pinnalle. Oli seinärakenne sitten puuta, kipsilevyä, lastulevyä, kiveä tai tiiltä. Asennat ET-blokun itse helposti mukana tulevalla manuaalisella applikaattorilla hallitusti ja pintaa vaurioittamatta ja samalla aktivoit sen jatkuvasti toimimaan sähköttömän ja täysin huomaamattoman suojausmekanismin, joka toimii koko yön joka yö ilman, että muukalaiset edes ymmärtävät, miksi eteneminen pysähtyi. Tilaa nyt, ennen kuin seuraava yö alkaa. Kuvittele hetki, että makaat yöllä sängyssäsi silmät kiinni, hengitys rauhallisena ja täysin tietämättömänä siinä, että samaan aikaan huonestosi ulkopuolella rönnyää jokin, joka haluaa sisälle tahtomattasi, tietämättäsi ja pahat mielessä. Ei, en tarkoita raadonia enkä matkapuhelinten vaaratonta säteilyä, vaan jotain paljon vaarallisempaa ja todellisempaa uhkaa, muukalaisia avaruudesta. Tiesitkö, että suurin osa ei-toivotuista muukalaisten huoneistoihin tunkeutumisesta tapahtuu seinäpintojen lävitse osmoottisesti tunkeutumalla? Muukalaismolekyylit värähtelevät, etsivät heikkoa kohtaa ja alkavat osmoottisesti tunkeutua suoraan betonin, kipsilevyn ja tapetin läpi. Ilman ääntä, ilman lupaa ja ennen kaikkea ilman, että olet asiasta tietoinen. Mutta ei hätää, minulla on nyt ratkaisu tähän ongelmaan, josta ei puhuta uutisissa. ET-blokku. ET-blokku on täysin ainutlaatuinen, seinälle käsin levitettävä alumiinifoliopohjainen makropinnoite, joka muodostaa huoneistoosi näkymättömän, mutta äärimmäisen tehokkaan suojakerroksen ja estää muukalaismolekyylien osmoottisen ei-toivotun tunkeutumisen juuri silloin, kun olet herkimmesi. Tämä hämmästyttävän tehokas manuaalisesti levitettävä makropinnoite sopii kaikille seinäpinnoille, oli ne sitten tapitoitu, maalattu, lakattu tai jätetty paljalle pinnalle. Oli seinärakenne sitten puuta, kipsilevyä, lastulevyä, kiveä tai tiiltä. Asennat ET-blokun itse helposti mukana tulevalla manuaalisella applikaattorilla hallitusti ja pintaa vaurioittamatta ja samalla aktivoit sen jatkuvasti toimimaan sähköttömän ja täysin huomaamattoman suojausmekanismin, joka toimii koko yön joka yö ilman, että muukalaiset edes ymmärtävät, miksi eteneminen pysähtyi. Tilaa nyt, ennen kuin seuraava yö alkaa. Kuvittele hetki, että makaat yöllä sängyssäsi silmät kiinni, hengitys rauhallisena ja täysin tietämättömänä siinä, että samaan aikaan huonestosi ulkopuolella rönnyää jokin, joka haluaa sisälle tahtomattasi, tietämättäsi ja pahat mielessä. Ei, en tarkoita raadonia enkä matkapuhelinten vaaratonta säteilyä, vaan jotain paljon vaarallisempaa ja todellisempaa uhkaa, muukalaisia avaruudesta. Tiesitkö, että suurin osa ei-toivotuista muukalaisten huoneistoihin tunkeutumisesta tapahtuu seinäpintojen lävitse osmoottisesti tunkeutumalla? Muukalaismolekyylit värähtelevät, etsivät heikkoa kohtaa ja alkavat osmoottisesti tunkeutua suoraan betonin, kipsilevyn ja tapetin läpi. Ilman ääntä, ilman lupaa ja ennen kaikkea ilman, että olet asiasta tietoinen. Mutta ei hätää, minulla on nyt ratkaisu tähän ongelmaan, josta ei puhuta uutisissa. ET-blokku. ET-blokku on täysin ainutlaatuinen, seinälle käsin levitettävä alumiinifoliopohjainen makropinnoite, joka muodostaa huoneistoisi näkymättömän, mutta äärimmäisen tehokkaan suojakerroksen ja estää muukalaismolekyylien osmoottisen ei-toivotun tunkeutumisen juuri silloin, kun olet herkimmesi. Tämä hämmästyttävän tehokas manuaalisesti levitettävä makropinnoite sopii kaikille seinäpinnoille, oli ne sitten tapitoitu, maalattu, lakattu tai jätetty paljalle pinnalle. Oli seinärakenne sitten puuta, kipsilevyä, lastulevyä, kiveä tai tiiltä. Asennat ET-blokun itse helposti mukana tulevalla manuaalisella applikaattorilla hallitusti ja pintaa vaurioittamatta ja samalla aktivoit sen jatkuvasti toimimaan sähköttömän ja täysin huomaamattoman suojausmekanismin, joka toimii koko yön joka yö, ilman että muukalaiset edes ymmärtävät, miksi eteneminen pysähtyi. Tilaa nyt, ennen kuin seuraava yö alkaa. Kuvittele hetki, että makaat yhdellä sängyssäsi silmät kiinni, hengitys rauhallisena ja täysin tietämättömänä siinä, että samaan aikaan huonestosi ulkopuolella löytyy jokin, joka haluaa sisälle tahtomattasi, tietämättäsi ja pahat mielessä. Ei, en tarkoita raadonia enkä matkapuhelinten vaaratonta säteilyä, vaan jotain paljon vaarallisempaa ja todellisempaa uhkaa.
Are you enjoying the extraterrestrial blocko?
Tiesitkö, että suurin osa ei-toivotuista muukalaisten huoneistoihin tunkeutumisesta tapahtuu seinäpintojen lävitse osmoottisesti
Extraterrestrial blocko!
Muukalaismolekyylit värähtelevät, etsivät heikkoa kohtaa ja alkavat osmoottisesti tunkeutua suoraan betonin, kipsilevyn ja tapetin läpi. Ilman ääntä, lupaa ja ennen kaikkea ilman.
Have a good put. Oh yeah!
Mutta ei hätää, minulla on nyt ratkaisu tähän ongelmaan, josta ei puhuta uutisissa. ET-blokku. ET-blokku on täysin ainutlaatuinen, seinälle käsin levitettävä alumiinifoliopohjainen makropinnoite, joka muodostaa
Okay. Alright, let's roll. You had a nightmare with the extraterrestrial blocko commercials in it? Oh god. Alright, cool. How was the consistency? It was... this is gonna be me on the weekend. Extraterrestrial blocko. Do I have room for this? No. That's a good one, though. I'm sorry, Ploykin. Just use Sag like everybody else, Sag. You don't like Sag emote? Sag. Fell asleep with EJ's in the background the other day, and the in-game alarm clock woke me up in the middle of the night. I am so sorry about that, dude. Oh, oh, now I feel bad. Oh, that's like, that reminds me of the time I used to prompt like Alexas in the middle of the night, and one viewer was like, "What the hell, man? Why is my Alexa going off in the middle of the night?" And I'm like, I am so sorry, dude. He's like, "I thought somebody was in my house. I got my gun out." I'm like, I am so sorry. Oops. I had never, dude, legit, I've never done it again. I never did it since that day. I felt so bad, dude. Nope. Wow, that sounds amazing. I'm not doing that. I'm not doing it. It's funny, but it's so screwed up, dude, but it's funny. I used to do that, like, all the time, dude, on people, like, in 2017, 2018, I used to do that on, like, a lot. Yeah. That was 20s, EJ. A little bit of a rebel rouser. That's exactly why you don't keep around in the pipe with your 40? Nah. Yeah, no. Don't keep around in the pipe. You're asking to P320 yourself. Some of you got it. Oh boy, we locked the brakes. Alright, it's fine. Some people got it. Yeah, same with me, long balls. This is basically what we're getting. They up the ante. Well, they're not betting, but the weather meteorologists have upped their forecast. It's now 2 feet of snow. So, you know, that's great. I'm gonna get lake affected real bad. Damn meteorologist in your games. You know, I really appreciate that Topless took the time to make it not snow under the awning. That's actually super cool. I hope you don't get 3 feet of that. Yeah, me too. Yeah, no, Andel, in my older age, I find snow very cool. It's snowing in the kitchen. I just saw it. I find snow to be very pretty and really cool, very chill for like the first couple of days. After a couple of weeks, it's just annoying. Oh, that's just the fire suppressant. What is it, the Halon system? It is fun. And yeah, it's very pretty first couple of days, dude. When you live in the woods, man. Oh, dude. Driving down like back roads and stuff, and there's just trees everywhere. Like there's trees hanging over the road. It reminds me of something from like a Robert Frost poem or something. It's some real Walden Pond stuff, you know what I mean? Yeah, it's when it gets heavy, when the heavy snow comes around. That's when you know you done messed up, Aaron. Yeah, no power. So my neighbor's letting me borrow a second generator right now. I didn't get the generator working. We could try to go mess with it. Maybe we'll do it tomorrow. I have a 6,000 watt generator that really, really needs help. I got it for basically nothing. Facebook Marketplace, baby. What, you have no power? No. I got plenty of power, dude. We good. You sent some of that snow to Utah? We've been stuck with a stupid high pressure system. Dude, you can take it. Alright? You can take it. I have like 5 inches of snow. Well, actually, it's probably down to an inch now because it's actually super warm today. It's like 10 C. It's like 40 degrees. You know, so. Yeah. Yeah, that's weird. I wonder if we fix my generator. I have a 6,000 watt generator, and then the other one's an 8,000 watt. .2 megawatts might be enough to power the whole house. It might be enough to power everything. I don't know how we would combine the generators together. I mean, I'm sure I could figure it out, like 1.2 megawatts. The freaking guy that I hit. Yeah, you're fine, dickhead. Kilowatts, not megawatts. Yes, sorry, I zigged when I should have zagged. Great Scott! You prepping for the storm? Yeah. I fixed my snowblower on stream yesterday, Baron. Yeah, we fixed the fuel system. Thing works great now. What do you mean fixed, Sty? What, it didn't work and now it does work. What do you call that in your book? I would guess, Ando. I could see the power loads on the UPSs, but yeah. Fellas, I'm probably gonna have to rain check on Monday, just in case the power gets knocked out. Question though, neither generator requires male-to-male extension cord, right? I have one of those, Tan. For backfeeding. No, I'm not backfeeding onto the grid, I'm not stupid. But I have one of those, yeah. Yeah, it's for backfeeding into the breakers, which you shouldn't do unless you absolutely know what you're doing, and I know what I'm doing there. Snow check or rain check? Yes. Yeah, I don't backfeed into the grid. I'm shutting off the main breaker if we plug in the gents into the house. See last. Unless they're designed to parallel, don't try to combine generators. Anything split loads, i.e. for one house, one for the garage. That's actually a good idea. I'm not sure if 6,000 watts is enough to power the setup, though. I don't think 6,000 is enough for the garage. That's a good idea, because I have a sub panel in here, so, yeah. Yeah, it's not a bad idea. No, I have gas heating. Backfeeding from my house still goes through the transformer on the pole. No, it doesn't. Not if my main panel, not if my main breaker's off. If the main breaker is off, it does not. That's what a transfer switch does. Well, do you need to run everything while on the generator? No. I know that, but a lot of people don't do it right. That's why I said don't screw around with electrical unless you absolutely 100% know what you're doing. Is the router up in the garage, though? I actually have my ONT and the router on a gigantic universal backup. Not universal backup. Uninterrupted power supply. It's on a huge UPS, like one that I have out here, and it's down in the house. It'll run on battery power for, yeah, days. Days. Yeah, fiber. Yep. I got fiber. That's, yeah. Oh yeah, dude, we're toe up, man. I'm like not worried about it, but yeah. Shutting off the sub panel in the garage, and yeah, that's pretty good. I mean, guys, it is going to be freezing cold here on Saturday, Sunday. Like, I think they said 8 Fahrenheit was the high on Saturday. 8. Single digit Fahrenheit is not good. That's really cold. Is your ISP on a backup as well? What do you mean, is my ISP on a backup? Yeah, Stygian, it's going to be... That was the high. The high is 8. It's going to be freezing cold. That's like this game cold. Minus 13 C. Woof. Do you cover up your water meter? All of our stuff is underground, Dons. And the meter's in the house. Yeah. We don't, everything is like way into the ground. You have to put it deep underground or else it'll freeze. Yeah, my meter's in my house. I don't know about anybody else. The electrical meter is out front. It's on the front of the house, yeah. Jeez, Fit. 19 in Nashville? Oofda. That's awful. Water meters are outside and they come read them regularly. Really? Interesting. They do that with electricity here, but they don't do it with water. They don't do it with water because the water's inside the house, Dons. I never really thought about it. But my gas meter, because we have LNG going to the house, the gas meter is very much on the outside of the house as well. Like, I don't know if you guys got gas down there. No, don't go near the car. Here, if you guys want to see, I can read the watt load on the power supplies. Give me 1 second. I'll read it. I'll read the how much power we're pulling in the office just right now. I mean, that's not including like my heaters and stuff, so it's probably going to be more. That's really not as bad as I thought, fellas. Each UPS is pulling about 200 watts. And, yeah. Huh. And that's the whole setup. So yeah, we're pulling about 600 watts for the whole setup. I'd say for this whole office with my heater and everything, it's probably close to 1,000. That's actually not bad. For me, electric meters inside, gas meters outside. In Scotland, we don't have water meters. We have free water. England and Wales pay through the nose for the crummy hard water, though. Interesting. My monitors are on the UPS. Yes, that's everything. That's the whole setup. Yeah, so either way, if the GPU can use more when we're maxed out, a 6,000 watt generator, that's more than enough for the entire garage. That's good to know. As long as we have the generator down in the house, if I have the other generator down in the house running, you know, heating in the house and the internet, I can shut off the sub panel and we could use a transfer switch into the garage and I could run the entire garage. I wouldn't use any power tools, but we could run the entire garage. That's actually pretty sick. The electric heaters are probably, yeah, the electric heaters draw a lot. We know that. Yeah. Yeah, we could easily power everything in the garage. Like I said, I wouldn't take the welder out. You'll blow up. Yeah, that wouldn't end well. Sure. I have one generator working, but not the second one. I have two right now. One my neighbor is letting me borrow because he has the same buying junk addiction that I do. You think I'd just do this in game? Right, what do we got in here? What's that you got there? Dude, another racing stripe deck lid. Hell yeah. That's cool. We like those. Those are cool. We are a purveyor of rivet parts. I hate these grills. They look so stupid. Dang, dude. I'm gonna have to start using the garage where the damn tractor is to store body parts, I think. I think that's what that's what we should do. Motorcycle? Starbase Live motorcycle? Actually, we could shut that for now. That just confused the heck out of me. Is there wood paneling for the car? I'm not sure. Do I not have the cover? Where's the coverall? Don't tell me I left it. Okay, winter jacket it is. That's why I brought this out here. No, Dons. It's not too bad. You just, yeah, shouldn't be too hard. If it doesn't work, you got nothing to lose. You got tough in prison, no need for it. Yeah. So this has the other suspension parts that we need. I bought this for the rear shock in the control arm. We have another oil pump here. Are you Donald Ducking now? What do you mean? Wabbit season. That's an extra. Duck season. I say it's duck season, and I say fire. Oh, yeah. Look at this thing, by the way. Momento. Yeah, Clayton, I don't have a standby generator. I don't... Yeah. Don't have that. All right. There's the rear upper. We're going to be able to get the engine in and crank. My objective is to just make this thing a roller, meaning all the suspension. And with that... Oh, I still need one more rear lower control arm, but I think that's in the next box. How are you going to turn the car into the garage? I'll just pull the crane out. Pull the crane out of the garage. I think this one has my rear lower control arm and our front brake assembly. Yes! There it is. And there's an auxiliary shaft, radiator hose, and a master cylinder. That's the rear control arm, baby. Right. We got everything we need. That is all of our suspension parts. Hell yeah. Let me put the rest of these parts away. Yard. Engine time tonight? Engine time. Engine time? Question? Yeah, I made it last night, dude. Where were you? You gonna fix the other snowblower? I could. If you guys want to do that, we could fix both of them. I don't think the other one needs too much. Having two would be great, yeah. Yeah, when we go to do this, we'll when we go to put the engine in, I'll just bring the crane out here. You were digging the small engine repair content? Oh. Can't see nothing. There. All right, let's try to put the front suspension together. Let's see if we can get it up on the core support here. Yeah, that should be good enough. I don't see the problem with the other blower, guys, is that I don't think it needs any engine work. I think it's the belts. It throws belts. I mean, that's not that hard to fix. I think the other snowblower works fine, but I don't know. All right, let's get the toolkit out. Yeah, the set screw on the pulleys. Yeah, or just the pulley. I think it's the set screws spoiled, but I'm not sure. All right, let's try to do this. Lower control arm. So this should just pop into there like that. And then, yeah, there should be a bolt that goes through the bushing right there. Okay, maybe it's bigger. 14. Okay, the bolt's already through. All right, cool, sweet. Interesting, the through bolt's backwards on this side. I don't know if that's a thing on the real car or not. All right, so now we need to put those springs in there. Actually, yeah, we should. It's a lot easier than in real life. Just saying. Okay. Springs are in. Front upper control arm. Next. This will go around there like that. Bigger, perhaps? Nope. Huh. Okay. Oh. Okay, this one has bolts that are on a captive, not on the inside of the... Okay. They're captive on the inside of the frame. No problem. Now, once again, these are the... This is the parts that go up and down when the tires go up and down. This is parts of your suspension. Your suspension is basically what makes the car ride smooth. Truth be told, there are two components to the suspension. There's spring and there's damper. Like, those are the two big things. Spring is basically the force that's holding the thing up. Damper is well, dampens out the movement of the suspension. Shock absorbers, basically. I don't know where this thing belongs. Oh. That explains that. Okay, so it's using struts. Interesting. We have a coilover. So once again, the spring is what actually holds the car up. The damper is what makes sure that the spring doesn't reverberate. Springs like to go spring, right? The damper is to make sure that that doesn't happen. The shock absorber. It basically, well, absorbs shocks in the suspension. Shock is sudden movement in the suspension. There should be some bolts on the bottom of this that you have to put in. That's not a McPherson strut. No, this is, I will say, I'd say double wishbone, but it's really not double wishbone. I would call that just coilover suspension. McPherson would be a lower control arm, the knuckle, and then your shock absorber and your strut would be attached to the top of the knuckle and go up to the car. McPherson is very, very simple. And it's really good. That's like, yeah, really good suspension. This is the front left link. These things are called drag links. They prevent the suspension from, well, dragging. Now, what does that mean? Well, in the context of suspension, the drag link should connect like somewhere right there. The drag link is basically triangulation for the suspension to make sure that it doesn't move this like this. You don't want your whole suspension assembly moving front to back. That makes this thing makes sure that the suspension only moves up and down. It doesn't wiggle back and forth. Drag links are used all over the place on older cars. The Coronet has drag links for what it's worth. They're also called radius arms in certain suspension applications. There should be a bolt on the back of that. Yeah, right there. Did you tighten all the bolts already? The only things that I don't really have a grip on are the bottom of the shock absorbers. I don't know if there's a bolt down there that we need to put on. Is that the rod that breaks when you hit a speed bump too quickly? No, most of the time it's the tie rod, not the drag link, that's going to break, or your ball joints, which are here, 1, 2, and then the tie rod has its own ball joint on it as well. So let's get the next front, get the front right link here. So that thing is just a big bushing. It's just a big piece of rubber. And the drag link actually moves with the lower control arm. And that can flex. When the drag link goes, the ride on the car will be awful. Like awful. You'll know. If your car has them. Modern cars don't really have them, per se. They're using double wishbone. Or a McPherson with a lower wishbone. What is wishbone suspension? Wishbone, see how the upper control arm looks like a wishbone? Yeah, if you put that on the bottom, it basically does what the drag link is doing. That's why drag links are outdated technology. Modern cars really don't use those. I'm sure there's some application where they are used somewhere, but yeah, for the most part, they don't really have those. And now we have the steering knuckle. Maybe it's upside down. Yes, it was upside down. See that? That is the link for the tie rod. That's the lower and upper. This thing has calipers on back, so it should go on like that. I said it should go on like that. Guess not. Front left. I'm freaking stupid, dude. Just don't mind me. No, that is right. Who's on first? What's on second? This is correct. I don't know what's going on. It's the install order. Take the shock out. That was the quarter panel. You know what? I will take the quarters off if we're doing this kind of work. The build order is messed up. No, it's really not. Like, this is how you would do this in real life, but I guess the game has other ideas. Bungarus in your area. I like that chorus grill. This one is really nice. Very nice. So, what does it want? Does it want the shock absorber? I'm so confused. Why does this want... Why does the shock... It wants the shock last? The shock is holding the two pieces together. Yeah, okay, I get it. I mean, yeah. Potato, tomato, I guess. Yeah, the game logic doesn't allow it, but yeah, this is how you should do that, but okay, so take that off. And there we go. All right, I see what it wanted. Let's go to the other side and do that exact same thing. So what I would do in this scenario, guys, is I would have the car. I would put the engine in the car if we were doing this in real life. Put the motor in the car. Even if the transmission isn't hooked up, there's a reason. You need weight up here. I would put the front of the car on jack stands. I'd actually put the whole car up on jack stands. And then we'd start installing suspension components. And then what I'd do is I'd use the jack to put the whole damn thing together. Because, yeah, that's what I did with Ernok's car when we worked on the suspension. I used the jack to compress the suspension so I could tighten down all the bolts. No, I know they're there, Illness. I didn't tighten them on purpose. If you could tell me what type of bolts are on the bottom of the shocks, I would really appreciate it. Or I could just dick around with it until I figure it out. There we go. Yeah, shocks usually have, front shocks usually have a retainer like that. It's an 8mm socket. Yeah, exactly, Slacker. I always load up the suspension. I load it up to get everything nice and fitted together. And then set the car down and then torque everything down. You know? That's how I do that. Because, yeah, any other way is kind of working against physics any other way. But, yeah. It's all good, man. We figured it out. Not sure why that bolt is like that, but, yeah. Okay, spindles, upper and lower ball joints. There it is. Now let's get the tie rod bolt in. Tie rod's in. I wish we could paint all this stuff. It's superbly rusty. Have we done tires yet? I have a set of rims. I don't have a set of tires. In the UK, we have smart meters for the electricity and gas. They automatically send half-hourly readings to the utilities. Yeah, they just put smart meters in on my house so they don't have to come out here and read it. Lord knows they have to, somebody would have to do actual work, James. That would just be terrible. I didn't really want to do the smart meter, but they kept pestering us about it. I didn't want to do it because they're like, oh, we assure you that we won't farm your data on power usage. And then I went and read the fine print, and they said the exact opposite of that in the fine print. Actually, no, how they worded it, how the utility company worded it was, we won't, they said we'll only track your power usage and nothing else. Like it's your your personal business. We're only going to track that. Yeah, you're going to track that and sell it because you suck. That's what they said. I was like, yeah, okay, pal. Sure. Yeah, it was something stupid like that, man. I was just like, bro, just give it a rest, man. Why does everything, every single freaking thing, man? Okay, front suspension is together. We could put rims on this to get it to roll, I suppose. It's not bad, Pogo. Yeah, Jimmy's like, I come for the rants. All right. I actually think we have all the suspension tightened up here. There should be a wheel nut right there, but there isn't. But there should be, but there's not. We should probably go get some tires for this, but I do have those studded tires coming, so I don't know. Did the frame get bent? No, I don't think so. Looks fine to me. What we could do is we could put a bag under here and then set the sucker down. Nice. Cool. Oh, game doesn't like that. All right, just let it out. It didn't like that. The thing was moving. It was skitching around all over the place. All right, rear axle time. Actually, what time is it in game? Oh yeah, okay, we got time. You haven't cured the problem, so yours is up on beer crates? Nice. All right, so how you do suspension, a live axle in real life, I've done this. How you would do this in real life is you would get the control arms in place first. So we need our lower and upper control arms in position first. The lower control arm should attach like this. There should be an attachment point right there. Okay, cool. This type of car has a live rear axle, meaning you have a solid rear axle component, which means the differential, the axles, and the hubs are all one piece, more or less, or one sub-assembly. Forget which axle belongs in this dang car. Let me take a look. NB is what we need. EB, CB, SB. SB is the one I'm probably going to want. That's not the one that came with the car, but that's the, this thing should go up here somewhere. In the middle of the car. So this is, you know, I'll admit, this, for the 70s, I mean, a live axle is pretty much garden variety for the 70s, but for the 1970s, this is actually really nice live axle suspension. This is a 4-link. So what does a 4-link solid axle mean? So you have one attachment point right there for your lower control arm. You have another attachment point right there for the other lower control arm. And then if you notice, there's tabs on the, this thing is called the third member section of the differential. Those tabs right there are where your upper control arms attach. So you have 2 upper control arms on top of the axle and 2 lower control arms on the bottom of the axle. All right? It's linked. There's 4 places where it connects. It's a 4-link. That's really nice. That's really nice suspension. With live axles, you got to worry about a couple of things. So because this is all one big thing, and it's called unsprung weight, so that means it's downstream of the springs. The suspension component's attached to the top of this. There's the spring perches and stuff, right? You have to worry about a couple of things. So the axle can move side to side in the car, like this, when you're driving down the road. It can move side to side. That's what the upper control arms are for. That's triangulation to make sure that it doesn't do that. The other thing you got to worry about with solid rear axles on cars is axle wrap, or doing this when you accelerate and decelerate. Once again, the 4-link is really good because the 4-link stops that from happening, because 2 of them are at 45 degrees attached to the top and 2 of them are at 90 degrees attached to the bottom. That triangulates this thing and sets it and prevents it from doing this. It prevents it from doing that. That's axle wrap. That is your enemy when you have a solid rear axle in a car. Doesn't matter if you're on a road course, drag strip, whatever. You do not want the axle wrapping like this. That's bad. The other thing, and once again, we have, like I said, it's left-right motion and wrap. That's what you got to worry about. Those are bad. The other thing that you want to make sure doesn't happen is you do not want the axle to do this too much. Now, once again, the 4-link architecture makes it so it won't flex this hard. You would probably want a sway bar. A sway bar is really what prevents this, or there's another thing called a panhard bar, which is a third attachment piece that usually connects on one side of the axle and another side of the car. Depends on the design. But this 4-link should be enough to prevent this from happening too much. It's got to happen a little bit, right? Because the axle is always going to stay relatively straight towards the ground. Car is going to move. But you don't want this to happen. You don't want too much articulation here, right? You don't want too much. So you don't want too much articulation. You don't want axle wrap, right? And you don't want the entire rear end moving left to right like this. The panhard bar prevents that from happening. But once again, because we have 4 links that are offset at 45 degrees on the third member of the diff, you don't have to worry about it too much. Okay, I'm running an issue I'm having with my brakes on my LS Stang. If you want to. Pitch on, roll. Quite actually, O-Force, yeah, you got to worry about that stuff. Now, we'd be putting the springs in first here. I don't know if it wants the shocks later or not, but there we go. And now we should hang on. Let me get the flashlight here. You will get some deflection vertically under acceleration. If you set the pinion angle properly, you'll be fine. Yeah, of course. Yeah. If you guys remember when we were playing Beam the other day, when we were playing Beam, I had a Coronet. We were messing around with the Coronet mod, right? And I had my car in game, and the problems I kept running into with the damn car was the rear axle. There was no suspension options for that mod to prevent this from going on, and the wheel hop. Wheel hop happens too when you don't get your rear spring rate correct. your spring and damper is all screwed up, when you don't have it dialed in. When you accelerate the axle, because you basically constricted it in all of the axis, it sometimes just hops inside of the wheel well. Don't want that either. All right, so before we go any further, let's attach the control arms. They look to be pretty big bolts, so let's see. Yeah, man, the suspension geometry is actually super cool stuff. You guys, if you know me from like aerospace and stuff, like I do a lot of aerospace STEM outreach and whatnot. Yeah, that's suspension geometry and the kinematics behind how suspension works. Really interesting stuff. That's some rocket scientist stuff, guys. You believe me, if you're into rocket stuff, you'll like that. How the cars move and how different types of suspension afford you different types of advantages or disadvantages. It's really cool. I actually have a book that Tessa, one of my moderators, got me that teaches all about this. That's where I got most of it from. That's a problem with leaf springs. That's right, Chuck. And we had leaf springs too with that Coronet. Because it wouldn't let me put a 4-link on it. In real life, guys, I can get a 4-link for my Dodge, for the car. We can get a 4-link. And you have to install the provisions for the upper control arms, but you can absolutely do it. 4 links are about $2,000. So it's something that's going to be a little ways down the road, but you can absolutely do it. So what's up, holy moly? I installed a Mustang Steve Power brake booster on it. As my car warms up, the front brakes slowly start compressing. Huh. Interesting. Yeah, holy moly, you should switch to Hydro Boost. It's your engine. It's your engine. Hellfish, you're right. I've seen this before. My uncle explained this to me at a car show. I remember me and my uncle were at a car show, and we were staring at a 72 Chevelle, right? His 72 Chevelle SS 454 car, 4-speed, 12-bolt. The thing was, I don't even like Chevys, and that thing is just, oh, what a car. So red with black stripes, cowl induction hood, vinyl top, 454. Dude, it was mint. The car was sick. And the guy did some work to the 454, and I noticed that the guy was running Hydro Boost. And the question that I asked my uncle was, why? Why run Hydro Boost? You're gonna screw the car. Like, it's not how it came from the factory. Why would you do that with such a factory mint car? Right? And he told me that if your motor makes a lot of torque on the low end, right? Power brakes don't work very well. You'll pull too much vacuum and you'll compress your master cylinder. And the guy was running Hydro Boost. Hydro Boost is a hydraulically actuated diaphragm on your brake booster. It's actuated like a power steering pump. And it had Hydro Boost, and I was wondering, like, why would you Hydro Boost this car? It's so mint. Why would you mess with it? And yeah, that's what he was telling me, that you don't want to do that when you're making big torque. So holy moly, like, you have an LS under there, I would assume it's built, right? I would assume it's making some power. That might be your issue. So try unplugging the power brakes. On your car, you put an LS in the car, so I'm assuming you know this. The vacuum line that goes to the brake booster, disconnect it. See what happens. See if that fixes the problem. That might do it. It could be brake fluid getting heated, can't see me, but I'm going to bet you that I'm going to bet you it's something like that. Can I leave it? Yeah. Yeah, of course you can. The brakes are going to be a little bit harder to press down on that pedal. So the vacuum diaphragm, so holy moly, think about it like this. The vacuum diaphragm that's on your brakes, that thing to brakes is what power steering is to steering. It's an assist. Your brakes will still work just fine. But your brakes will only work as hard as you can press that damn pedal down to the floor. Just like power steering. Think about it. Why did the auto industry make power steering? It's for people that aren't strong enough to be able to jerk around a manual steering box, right? So they made power steering. Makes the car easier to drive. It's funny. There's ads from like Detroit in the 60s, from like Chevy and Ford, like up with power steering and stuff, and they're like, oh, so easy, your wife can drive the car around. You know, it's different times, dude. It's different times. But also, it's like, oh yes, everything is so easy and so versatile. With the new power steering invention, your wife can drive the car to go get groceries while you go down and jock a cash register, and you make enough for your family to see your kids through college, jocking a cash register at a grocery store. It's like, okay. All right. We get it, man. It's like, yeah, that's what power brakes do. It's just an assist, so anybody can basically press down on that pedal and stop the damn car. See if that fixes the problem. Once again, make sure whoever's driving that thing around, or holy moly, make sure you did your squats that day if you're going to do that, okay? The power brakes should be okay. Just cap the vacuum line going to the brakes so nothing gets in there. You don't want like oil getting in the diaphragm or anything. 1 hour from an RS-25 test. All right. All right, let's let this down. I don't believe in keeping stuff up on jacks in the game or in real life. Just put a nastier cam. I think a nastier cam exacerbates the problem. I'd have to go ask my uncle about it, dude. He, yeah, that dude is... He really knows his stuff. I love asking him questions like that. Tires got wider, cars got heavier too, so power steering was needed more so than before. Good point, Murray. Yeah, absolutely. Is there a regulator you could put in line? I'm not sure. I mean, Hydro Boost would be that, but I'm not sure if you can modulate or regulate the vacuum. I mean, maybe. I'm sure, dude. I'm sure some, like, holy moly. Let me tell you this. I am 100% sure that you are not the first person to have this problem. Let me put it to you like that. Oh, spoiled. Milk. There are ways around it, dude. Also, just Can't See Me, who over in the YouTube chat, I trust Can't See Me. I know he knows cars. Check to make sure you're not boiling your brake fluid. Brake fluid doesn't really like to boil, but it still can boil, so just be careful. Yeah, car talk. If you don't know cars and you want to learn cars, watch me play My Winter Car. You'll learn about cars. I got you. I know a lot about cars. I have a shop. I don't have that computer on right now. My garage is... My office is attached to my garage. That's the words I'm looking for. I have an auto shop in my backyard. That's my retirement gift from streaming for so long. No, I'm not retiring anytime soon, okay? I just took it early, all right? Get off my case, man. Yeah, Aqualex, there's a... See... So, Aqualex, here's what I'm thinking, dude, and this is where my knowledge of this kind of stops, okay? People run Hydro Boost to avoid this problem, right? If changing, like putting a vacuum regulator in between your engine's manifold vacuum and the power brakes was a simple way to fix this, more people would do that, right? Like, dude, I'm telling you, I saw a cherry, pristine 72 Chevelle SS 454 car with Hydro Boost on it because the motor made more than stock power. Like, dude, that 454 was built. That car was mint. Easily a $60,000, $70,000 car all day. Matching numbers, 454. I couldn't believe the guy put Hydro Boost on it. This is the cam he has. Check those specs. Let me see. Okay, so remember I was teaching you guys about camshaft specs. Okay, so oh, of course. So there's lift duration and lobe separation angle. Yes, I can empty your sewage well. Yeah, I got you. All right, let me see. How much lift? So the duration at 50 thousandths is 227. Oh my goodness. 636 valve lift. Bro, no wonder you're... Yeah. Holy moly. I don't know. Chat, you guys tell me if I'm wrong. I'm fairly confident that that's the issue. 636 lift. Bro, that's insane. Okay, so this is valve lift. These are the camshaft lobes. Remember, the lift is the distance between the center of... You know what? Hold up. Give me 1 second. Okay. Collecting junk has its perks, chat. So, a camshaft. Let me pull this out. This is a Lunati cam. This is a Lunati cam for a small block Chevy. I should have probably showed you guys this yesterday. Actually, this is not a Lunati cam. This looks to be a stock one. Let me see. This is well, no, it is. Nope, it is 11/22/95. This is a Lunati camshaft. I got this for free, by the way, for fixing the Camaro. So, camshafts have a center of rotation. It's that center thing there. The lift is the distance between the top of the lobes right here. See how it has lobes? And the center of rotation. Okay? That's what lift is. Now, specifically, I mean, it's not specifically that, but you can see that this camshaft has a ton of lift on it. The reason why, look at how big the lobe is. See that? That's gigantic. The duration is how wide the lobe is. This has a okay duration. This has a lot of lift. Holy Moly's has about this, maybe more. It's going to lift a valve open beyond a 1/2 inch. So in metric, guys, he's moving a valve probably 13 to 14 millimeter between open and closed position. That's a lot of lift. That's a lot of lift. Yeah, I said that exactly wrong. It's not the point of rotation. It's the distance between the flat surface of the eccentric and the lobed surface of the eccentric. So the high point and the low point. But yeah, this is a camshaft from a small block Chevy. And note that there's a beveled, or not a beveled, there's a helical gear on the front. The helical gear on the front is driving the distributor. Well, actually, that's the back of the camshaft because small block Chevy. It's driving your distributor and your oil pump because one shaft drives both of them on a small block Chevy because Chevy knows how to engineer a motor. And yes, I'm saying that as a Ford guy. Game recognized game. This is damn good engineering. So this is, I know that this is a Lunati, dude, because of the marks. I don't know if you guys can see those marks. It says 1628 C1H272S 11/22/95. This thing I'm looking at the cam. 288 lift. 288 lift? No way. No freaking way. Hold on. Let me look at the box. 288. Actually, 288 lift isn't too bad. for a 283, that's a lot of lift, but that's okay. But yeah, camshaft, dudes. That's how cams work. No, not Illuminati. Lunati. Lunati makes performance camshaft. Let me see what the box says. Yeah, I got this cam for nothing. We're gonna build out that 283. You guys know this, right? The 283 that this piston is from. I'm gonna build it. I don't know what I'm gonna put it in, but we're gonna build it, and it's gonna be mint. How heavy is it? So camshafts are very, very strong. This is cast, so it's very, very beefy. This is a heavy camshaft. I'd say the thing probably weighs, I don't know, what do you guys think? 10 pounds maybe? So that would be 5 to 6 kilos. It's pretty heavy. Are you aware of Car Talk with Martok? No, but that's cool. Man, that thing's heavy. But yeah, holy moly, you're running 636 lift at 227 duration at 50 thousandths. That's a big old cam, dude. That thing probably screams. Probably sounds mint. Oh, we're about to die. Yep, okay. Yep, we should probably go inside. On a 109 lobe separation angle. It sounds like a plane. Holy moly, is it going like... Tell me it sounds like that. That must sound so good, dude. Yeah, oh, dude, she sounds meaty. I love it. Your mama was a snowblower. Short circuit. Number Johnny 5. That's definitely chunky. So, dude, that's my guess. That's my guess is your motor's pulling too much manifold vacuum, and it's so much pull that it's actually your brakes are actually working. Got your propane heaters ready to go. Yep. Knick-knack, I'm good to go, dude. Yeah, at least I should be. What's the temperature outside? Hold on. In-game. Temperature outside right now for me is actually pretty good. Oh, that's not bad. All right, cool. With that cam, you'd have very low vacuum. Rarest, I think you might be right. I think I may have said it backwards. But yeah. Long story short, try unplugging the power brakes, the vacuum diaphragm line, and then see what it does. If not, check to make sure your brake fluid isn't boiling. Overlap. Yeah. Why did you take up smoking? Because people kept complaining about me swearing constantly. What's the type of engine you can replicate the sound of the best? I don't know, man. Yeah, the turbos. Would it boil in the reservoir? Dude, only unless you have, like, a header from your exhaust manifold, like, wanting to go out and party with the brake booster, like, right next to it, dude. The thermal transfer is not going to be too bad. Most of the heat from those headers gets conducted anyway. So, like I said, unless your exhaust headers are touching that damn brake booster, that shouldn't happen. Or a brake line. As long as the brake lines like aren't within like an inch of any of the exhaust, you should be fine. Can you make the sound a Tesla makes? I'm sorry, the microphone may have taken it out. If it's heating the brake fluid, it's likely too close to the exhaust. Yeah, I can't see. That's the only other thing I can really think of, dude. Anyway, let's Let's get this rear suspension put back together. That's perfectly safe. It's fine. All right, I got to figure out what bolt we need here. What are the lower control arm bolts? Problem is I can't get under the dang old car to get at it. Oh, there it is. Got it. You know what I like about this game? Winter Car is superbly realistic. You know why? Because, you know, I know people are saying, like, dude, what do you mean superbly realistic? You just headbutted the side of the car to try and tighten that bolt. Well, in reality, guys, if we were in this situation in real life, you wouldn't, sometimes you just feel around. You feel around for the bolt. You don't try to stick your head under there. First of all, I'm not sticking my head under a car that's being held up with a jack. That alone is asking for you to die. But secondly, like, you can't fit under there. Like, I wouldn't be able to fit under this thing, even if I wanted to do that. So you got to feel around. So in many ways, you just kind of headbutt the side of the car and you go feeling around for the bolt under there. That is exactly how real wrenching works. Yeah, sometimes, yeah, exactly, dude, right? Like, dude, that is wrenching. In many ways, this game nails it. It's perfect. That is exactly how this works. I gotta tighten the upper control arm bolts. I know they're right there. I can see them. But yeah, when we were putting the rear end in Ernok's car... Yeah, dude, half the stuff I didn't even look at, like... Just reaching under there and hope you don't cut yourself on something. And the alternative, yeah, is putting a bunch of crappy visible walls, right? Exactly, dude. Pricing. Are we still doing pricing? Just a little bit of coffee. A little trickle of coffee. Mechanic's best eyes are your fingers, dude. Yeah? That's dude, yeah. You ain't kidding. I left my cup. Oh. I was gonna say, I left my coveralls back at the apartment because I'm an idiot. But yeah, we were out in a short sleeve t-shirt when it's like minus 10 degrees out. You know, that's fine. All right. Alright, we want to put this axle in here, the SB. SB is a very, very, very tall gear. I believe that's the 411 limited slip. I saw a check mark. Did I not see a check mark? Oops. Hey, come on now. Yes! Then check it out. 1, 2... 3, 4 over there. There's our 4-link, baby. Dude, I will say, this is actually really trick suspension for a car from the 70s. Yeah. A four link on a car from the 70s. Pretty cool. That really wasn't a thing in the United States, fellas. Not gonna lie to you. Now, let's see with the shock absorbers. Let's see where, how they're actuated. They should go somewhere down here. Yep. Shock absorbers at a 45 degree. Yep. Game is unrealistic. You don't have extra hardware at the end. I know, right? Freaking immersion ruined, dude. Yeah, that's sick, dude. Really cool whole rear end going on here. She got a nice rear end. The brown bomber has a thick rear end. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Especially since we put 411s in here. Didn't Topless say there's still parts missing from the suspension? We don't have any sway bars here, or an anti-roll bar SIG. I think that's what you guys call it over there. We call it sway bars here. Anti-roll bar or a sway bar is... this thing's gonna roll like crazy without one of those things. Yeah, what do you mean no extra stuff? We got a whole garage full. Yeah. He said extra hardware, to be fair. What is this, Aqualex? Jeez. Yeah, standard 70s boat roll. I'm telling you, this thing with a sway bar on it would be... that's pretty good. It's pretty modern suspension. Suspension hasn't changed much, dudes, to be honest. Imagine if he required you to source all the hardware. He is a sadistic dude, but I don't think he's that I don't think he's like that. That would suck. Spoiled. That would suck a lot. Hell yeah, man. Look at that. We got a roller, dudes. Let's see, does she roll? Yep. We probably don't want to crack and strike the thing and have it roll onto the jack. So, we're on our way, dudes. Rolls right into the wall. Yeah, we don't want to dent up the brown bomber. We could put the SLX rims on it right now, but they have no tires. I was actually thinking, it's past 3. Well, no, what is that? 215? We could probably take the tires over to Fleetari right now with the thing and have him put tires on it. If we can get there in time. I gotta put the rims on it. No! Quarter. 2-month resub. Love this game? Thanks, man. Yeah, these are the factory rims for this car. I did get studded tires, but it's always better to have, like, okay, rule of project cars. Have a nice set of tires and rims, and have a crappy set of tires and rims. Always a good rule. Have some stuff that's good for just if you need to move the car around, you don't want to screw up rims or tires or whatever. Or if you're doing burnouts, you know? Always get if you have a project car, now this isn't regular cars. If you have a project car, get a scruff set. Always get a scruff set of tires. I gotta shut the radio off, hold on. I don't know if I got narrow studded tires or not, but yeah. Yeah, Jeeps too. Any off-roading vehicle, Jipper, yeah. How many parts do you need now with the suspension complete? I need the left and right shroud for the steering column. I need a seat back for the rear seat. And there's not much else. We are rapidly lowering the, like, closing in on the amount, like, getting all the parts that we need, dudes. Are we running away or something? Jeez. All right, let's roll. Did you purchase fluids yet? No. No, I have not done that just yet. We have to make it out to Fleetari's by 4. It's 2:45. We should be able to get there in time. Did I mention it's only the fronts? That makes sense, holy moly, because of just a car's natural brake bias, dude. The front brakes on it, like, dude, I don't know if you know this. I'm pretty sure you do, but just this is more for everybody else to know. The front brakes on a car do like 70% of your braking. The reason why is because when you step on the brakes, you compress the front suspension because your momentum is loading up the front suspension, right? The car's momentum, like if you go to a stop real quick, what does it do? It pushes you forward. Your suspension, it gets loaded up on all your front suspension. So your front wheels are really getting pressed into the ground. So naturally, your front brakes do most of the stopping for you. I know nothing. All right, cool. So yeah, your front brakes are doing most of your stopping. Your rear brakes do a little bit, obviously, but once again, when you step on the brakes, all the momentum goes to the front suspension and loads it up, pushes those front tires really, really hard into the ground. We need a clutch pressure plate, Magnus, but I have one coming. We found one in the want ad, so... Yeah. So long story short, holy moly, in the context here, it's gonna... If it is pulling, right? If it's doing what we think it's doing, it's gonna compress the front brakes before it compresses the rear. Does the car have rear discs, dude? Oh no, Illness, that sucks. Oh. Hello, what is this game about? Lava, you've never seen me play My Winter Car before? Or Summer Car? Really? No, surely you're screwing with me. So, Lava, this game... Alright, dude. It's alright. So, Lava, this is a survival racing game. It takes place in Finland in 1999. And what you do is you go around collecting parts for a project car. And then you build the car, and then you can race it. It's a project car simulator. So, like, Lava, you know I work on the cars in my shop, right? This is like a game version of what I do. Don't put... So Summer Car is Winter Car and Summer Car are very difficult games to play. They're permadeath. And this game is... It's fun. It's funny because this game kind of breaks all the rules of game design. It's supposed to be tedious and annoying to play, but it actually ends up being super fun, dude. What I do, Lava, is because the car building in this game is very, very... It's not realistic, but I would say that it's a pretty damn good approximation of how you build cars and how cars work in real life. I use it to teach people. Just like I use Kerbal to teach people about rockets, right? I use it to teach people about how car parts work and how different cars work. Yeah, because you have to build the project car in the game, dude. Putting the car together is like when we build spacecraft in KSP. It's not easy to put it together to get it to do what you want. That explains the random Finnish accent you do at times. Yes. Oh, wait, we gotta turn it up. Ren, Teardown is a type of game. Yeah, that too spoiled, but we don't need to tell him that. That's why in racing the fronts are always locking up without ABS. In Formula 1 Orange, absolutely. Yep. Loading up suspension is death in racing. You really don't want to fully compress suspension. Because if you're fully compressing the suspension is no longer suspensioning. That's bad. You don't want that. You don't ever want the thing to fully compress. Especially under braking. But the flip side of that is that you also don't want too much clamping force from your brakes. If you put too much clamping force in and run a really tight suspension, well, Orange... Did you ever watch Formula 1 in like the early 2010s? Yeah, remember when Sebastian Buemi was going to brake for that corner in the Toro Rosso? And the braking force on the brakes was too much and it ripped his front tires off? That. Yeah. You don't want to turn the braking force up too much. If it's enough to overwhelm your suspension, it'll rip the tires off. Like that. Which is pretty funny. That's still really funny. Wheelless Deletus. What's the difference between normal brakes and disc brakes from like the 80s? Disc brakes are pretty much the norm nowadays, T-Man. Sup, Haas, are you a rocket scientist? I'm not a rocket scientist, Dragunov, but I've been teaching people about rocket science on Twitch for like a decade and a half. I've worked with NASA on projects for STEM outreach and whatnot. And I play a ton of Kerbal Space Program. That one really counts for a lot. That last one. I mean, if you want to know basics about rocket science, I can teach you. That's no problem. That ain't no thing, dude. I just play a rocket scientist on Twitch. Yeah, there you go. So yeah, you guys, like, cars aren't my only mechanical vice. I love aerospace. I'm a huge plane nerd. Gigantic plane nerd. I love rockets. I love space flight. That's my all-time favorite thing. My winter car, playing a bunch of My Winter Car and teaching people about cars, that's a side quest for me. This is a side quest. This is fun, though. I do enjoy this. And trains. And snowblowers. I like a lot of mechanical things. You know what's scary? Drones. You know what's even scarier? Rocket-propelled drones. Yeah. I don't, Dragunov, I don't really deal with the kinetic energy experiment side of things. Like, I don't really mess much with munitions unless it's an ICBM. Which, I mean, that's a drone. In a way. It's automatically guided. Same. But, yeah. I don't know, man. I don't really go too much armchair general on stuff. I do like launch vehicles and stuff. That's really where I mess with. He said doo-doo. Is it past 4? Balls. Fleetari is closed. Alright. We gotta make our way, into town. There's no food at the house. May I share a video? Yeah. Mods, could you get, link perms for Holy Moly? Yeah, go ahead, Holy Moly, post. Are you self-taught on all these topics? Yes, Bison. Yes. Yeah, I taught myself rocket science. I do have a college degree. It's in 3D and computer animation and CAD systems. Like, I know how I could 3D model things. But yeah, anything about engineering, self-taught. "60 seconds remaining. Tractor really needs a 4th gear." Thank you, weather guy. Yeah, Clayton. Yeah, John Travolta's a huge ab geek. Elon has a Dassault Falcon as well, dude. But Elon Musk would have a plane that's called Falcon. Why wouldn't he? I mean, if I was going to go shopping around for the private jet that best suits my needs, it would be either a 737 BBJ or like a Citation CJ4. I like Citations, namely because I know how to fly one. That was a fun stream. In Flight Simulator, I had a CJ4 pilot teach me how to fly a CJ4, and now I know how to fly a CJ4. Would I do it in real life? Hell no. Is that a completely different thing? Absolutely. But also, doesn't mean I don't have a soft spot for those planes. I'm just gonna ignore it, Coltec. I think he still has the Dassault Falcon, YG, but I don't know, maybe. Dassault Falcon's a freaking sweet private jet. That's really cool. Fast, because 3 engines. We can only afford a Chevy Citation. Hey, Chevy Citations are cool. No, Couchy. No. Carcane addiction is real. They're about to drop a Falcon 9X for Microsoft. Oh, for Flight Sim? Cool. See Holy Moly's link. Okay. Oh. Brother, I didn't know you were... I have the link, weather guy. When we get into town, we'll look at it.
Go at throttle up.
Hey, Peterton. What's up, dude? Holy moly, I forgot that I forgot that you're putting it in a 65 Mustang, dude. I thought you were putting it in a later model. But either way, oh, I'm here for it. That's fantastic. You know how many people you're going to piss off with that? That's great. Don't hate me? No, I'm not hating. I love it. That's fantastic. Well, what's wrong with that? Now, would I put an LS in a 65 Mustang? No, I probably wouldn't do that. But it's an LS motor. Who's going to get mad at that? I mean, well, Ford guys will get mad at that, but I mean, whatever, I don't care. I think that's cool. That thing's probably fun as hell to tool around in when the brakes don't turn on without you asking. I'm bored, what can I say? Whatever, dude. And that's what I mean, guys. Like, yeah, would I do that? No, but I still respect it. That's cool as hell. And honestly, if you gave me the keys, I'm not going to say I wouldn't have a fun time either, you know? Yeah, there you go, Platinum. Thank you. What kind of brakes does the crawler transporter have to stop? It has disc brakes. You can see them, T-Man. You can see the crawler transporter's brakes. They're sticking out the front of each truck. They spin. Yep. At the front of the CT, on each of the track mechanisms, on either side, disc brakes. Yeah, there's a rotor that spins on the worm gear. There's a disc brake, just like a car. It's a little bit of a bigger disc brake than what you'd find in, like, a Mustang, for instance, but... Yeah, right, Elfish? It hardly moves, so it shouldn't take much to stop it. I mean, Julie, part of me is thinking like, yeah, you're absolutely 100% correct, right? But the other half of the engineer brain inside me is going, well, that's 16 million pounds going at a mile an hour. I mean, you probably don't need brakes, but I'm not gonna not want brakes on that just in case, you know, like just in case, right? Like, you'll probably be fine without them, and I don't really think that NASA uses those brakes very much. I'm pretty sure they use them as a parking brake. But also at the same time, if I'm hauling 16 million pounds of rocket, I prefer to have it and not need it than need it and not have it, right? Like, yeah, if it runs away. Oh my goodness. Dude, that thing would come apart the whole thing would come apart at the seams if it tried to go like 5 to 10 miles an hour. There's no freaking way. Physics get real scary with that many commas in the number. That's what I'm saying, man. How much kinetic energy does 16 million pounds going 1 mile an hour have? That's a lot of energy, dude. 16 million pounds, so that's 7.2 million kilos. How many joules of energy is that going at 1 mile an hour? Going, well, 1.6 kilometers an hour. That's a lot of energy. I would not want to be near that. I would not want to not have brakes on that. Like, I know it's 1 mile an hour, but cities with mods is surprisingly enjoyable. Oh, that's good. A lot, yeah.
No niin, terve taas. Se on Kortsu Kaikkonen tässä ja tänään meillä onkin taas
1.6 megajoules of energy lava.
Ja ihan alkuun tässä pitää kuitenkin vielä tuottajakäskystä esittää pahoittelut viime viikosta. Kortsu vähän kimppattui turhan päiviin ja sanoi siinä muutamat rumat sanat ja se on
That's a good amount.
että hyi.
I'm pretty sure the rolling resistance on the tracks is the brake that they use the most, Shaw, but like I said, better to have it and not need it than need it and not have it, especially when you're moving that amount of weight and rocket. Yummy. It is a bit difficult to backdrive a worm gear, though. Yeah, like I said, the thing would come apart at the seams if you tried to go any faster than like 2 to 3 miles an hour, dude.
Saatana. Voi vittujen kevät. Voi saatana. Perkele.
Check out the link, yeah. Alright, let's see what we got. So this is your LS-powered 65 Mustang. Yeah. Like I said, man, would I do that? Probably not, but I do like it. I do like it. I don't hate it. Same as about a 1,500 kilogram car traveling at about 160 kilometers an hour, 100 miles an hour. That's a lot. That sounds very mint. Yes. Yeah, actually, yeah. Fellas, could you hear the mintiness? Mint, 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 mint. All right. What time is it in game? Okay. We got some time. Yeah, I left my coveralls here like an idiot. Give me my damn coveralls, boy. I'm gonna put this in the tractor. I can't see nothing. Is it in there? It is. The rims are in here as well. Cool. I wonder if the box with the clutch pressure plate is here. Yep. Let's go get our engines, Ted. It sounds great. YouTube chat likes it, holy moly.
Valitettavasti jotkut syövät, mutta sanoisin, että ei syödä yleensä. Mikäs jos leikkaus? Palokärki. 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 No ei ollut palokärki tällä kertaa. Kiitos vaan soitosta ja arvauksesta ja sieltä seuraa. Kukas siellä? Mistä soitat?
Lauri Tampereelta.
Lauri Tampereelta. No nääs, mitäs Lauri? Mitäs sä sieltä...
Montako jalkaa silloin?
Montako jalkaa täällä ei? Sano 4 jalkaa. Mikäs eläin se voisi olla? Mitä voi syödä? Paitsi Suomessa ei syödä vielä sillä 4 jalkaa.
Onko se silloin pöytä?
Pöytä?
On se.
Kaikki Lauri tykkää sun ajattelua. Pöydällä on 4 jalkaa, mutta minkälainen eläin?
There you go, buddy.
Ai et tiedä. No mitä ei vaan arvelikin tästä. Eläin ja sitä ei syö.
Please do not run me off the road.
Jalkaan ei mennä ja ei syö perunaa.
I just fixed you.
Ja eikö sä aloita tätä vielä sitten seuraavaksi? Viittaako mä mahdollista?
This guy isn't wedged behind in the trailer or something, is he? Oh no, he's over there. Okay, good. I'm starting to get worried there. Is your goal just to complete in the rally or to win it? I would like to win it, but on the low end of things, I wouldn't mind just completing it. Why is the bus in the woods?
Niin kuinko se? No se osaa kyllä uida, mutta se ei millään uida. Ainakin näin yleisesti ajatellaan. Itse asiassa tämän mukaan taitaa yksi uimatyylikin on olemassa. Että sen verran vielä. Ja sanotaan, että se ei ole kala. Sen verran vielä annatte se vinkkejä. Nyt kyllä on aika paljon annettu vinkkejä, mutta mitäs veikkaat? Siinä ei ole ihan hyvin. Saatiin mennä yksi linkki mukaan. Se on lennäminen on jo niin pois suljettu tästä. Ei, mutta ei lennä, mutta ei ole sekään tällä kertaa kyseessä. Sitten seuraava. Morjes, aika kaukaa tulee puhelta tänään. Mitä sä kysyisit?
Mitä nokkaa oli?
Ei oo nokka, sillä se ei lennä ja sillä ei oo nokka. Käy, sano vaan ne puheläin.
Okay.
Keikku ei oo. Seuraava sieltä. Halo? Joo, mitä veikkaat? Ei kysys mitä kysyis.
Hi, Timo.
Minkä värisiä niitä? No, kyllä niitä on aika monen värisiä. On mustia, valkoisia, raidollisia, tiikeripäitä, ja kaikkea tämmöistä. Ja yleensä aika pyrröisiä eläimiä ovat nämä. Että kannattaa vähän liikaa kyllä vinkkejä, mutta mitä sä näet perusteella?
Jumalauta! Voi vittujen kevää! Voi saata! Mitä helvettiä! Voi perkele! Voi saatana!
Minkä näköisiä ne lehmät yleensä on. Katsotaan, jos tällä toisella linjalla olisi vähän viisaampia. Halo? Terve Simo. Simo tietää varmaan hyvää, mutta kysytään kai hyvää kysymyksiä. Niitä se oikein mielellään syöpi ja metästää. Mikä se on tämmönen eläin?
Kuten kuittu.
Koira. Ei oo koira.
Mystery bus location. Dude, really, that's really it, huh? What model GMC is that truck in the Rocket Barb video? Rocket Barb? Weren't they in a car, Rarest? Oh, dude, it's been ages since I've seen that whole thing, dude. Tractor needs 1202, bud. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's why I pulled it up here. I don't think we need much. I think we got a half tank, but...
Ei. Seuraava. Ei oo. Sitten. No ei oo
Yeah, we got a
sekään.
half tank.
Seuraava. Aha, tommonen tähän väliin sieltä sitten.
Different one. Let me see.
Vittu, tästä tulee taas pitkä päivä. Niin, otetaan sieltä seuraava soittaja. Nyt kuuntele tarkkaan, että mikä kotieläin on kyseessä tämmönen, joka tykkää
What is this?
hiiriä ja rottia. Pehmeä pöly.
That's a Mac, dude. That's a Mac. That's a
Mikä on tämmönen eläin?
Mitä sillä on jäätelmä papukäykkä?
Papukka.
It's the name of the Mac truck that the R series replaced.
No niin, on kuunnellut tää kissa ja kissa tuli sieltä ja kissa oli se oikea vastaus ja kissa ei arvannut vittut kukaan taaskaan. Mut perkele täälläkin täällä vitun takapajulassa. Saatana tämmöstä ja urpoja.
I think it was a...
Vittu minä syön ite nää sipsit perkele ja panokaa te helvettiin sieltä saatana.
It's got a GMC badge on the front.
Elä.
Really? Oh. La 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 la. I gotta fill up the gas. Ah, that song flags the VOD. La la la, I'm not listening to you. Nice. Let me see it again. Got to fly the Little Bird around today in the Battlefield Labs map. Let me take a look here. No, I didn't, Bob. The fuel nozzle fell. In-game roast? So whatever that is, it's got a Detroit in it. That sounds like an 8V71. I haven't played Battlefield since the new year started, but yeah, it's definitely not a Mac. It definitely says GMC on the front. Bing bong, RS25 engine testing. Word. I'll keep that up when the test starts. We'll check it. Makes you want to start the Deuce. It's the old Detroit diesel. Oh, I'm sure, yeah, that's what that is. Let me look around real quick. I just got to make sure none of our stats in the game are... Okay. So it's a GMC heavy-duty truck. The Chevy ones are a letter designation from that time. So Chevy used C and K for light-duty and heavy-duty trucks. So like there's a K20, K5, C5, you know, or C10. So I think that one is a 1950. It's whatever their heavy duty truck was. I think it's a letter designation, but I forget what the name is. PF6 is horribly broken for casuals like you. Oh, that sucks. Yeah, I got it. It's a GMC 950. Rarest. Hang on a minute. I'll get you a good picture. Yeah, there it is. It's a GMC 950. And Detroit Diesel was originally, that's General Motors. General Motors they acquired Detroit Diesel and they put Detroits in all of their heavy duty trucks. Yeah, so 1950 950, 275 HP 6 110 diesel. The first high-powered diesel truck. Cool. So it's not an 8V71, it's older. So it's a 6 110 two-stroke diesel. How much torque do you want? Yes, that's how much torque we want. Senes is online. I have it teed up. Look, it's right there. See it? It's on the other monitor. When they go to fire that bad boy, that's when we'll switch over. The pad deluge is on, so we'll see. You used to assemble injectors for Detroit diesel trucks. Was a summer job. Nice, dude. Mechanical injection pumps? Oh. Or when you did it, they switched to electronic. Let's get back to the apartment. They're getting ready to fire this engine. I want to see this engine test. NASA's going to test an RS-25E. They were all mechanical in 95. Word. Did you get food for the house? No, I have not, but I have food at the apartment. We'll do that in a second. I want to watch this engine go off. NASA is testing one of their motors here. We got to get food for the house in a second here, but I want to get to the safety of my apartment. I left the door open. Oh, my heating bill is going to suck. Yeah, let's just heat the atmosphere. That's good for it. Oh, balls. We're almost ready to go. Syrian. Here, let me just get to the save menu real quick. Yeah, that's gonna suck. Well, yeah, Baron, I would like to play some Battlefield. Let's see what we got here. So that's the test stand. This is in Stennis, Mississippi. It's Stennis Space Center. That's the Fred Hayes test stand right there. There's the motor. There's no audio. The motor is primed. If you see all the ice on all the motor means that the turbine machinery on the engine is cooled. You have to get the power heads on an RS-25 to the right operating temperature. They have to be super cold because they're moving super cold propellants, which is a big balancing act considering what comes out of the engine is not very cold. So they have that right there is your that's an accumulator for the fuel-rich stage combustion. The accumulator does have, it has something in it. It's accumulated something. It'll definitely sproying Fluffy, yeah. Oh, Holy Moly is the guy's name, Aqualex, if you want to look into it. Engine number 2063, going for a 300-second firing at 109 max power level. Hell yeah, dude. So once again, we'll get back to summer car in a moment, or winter car in a moment. I'm never going to not call it summer car, dudes. Yeah, holy moly, see what Aqualex said, dude. So right there is your power head. There's 2 power heads on this thing, so 2 fuel pumps. 2 fuel pumps for the car people. They're called power heads, and one is not a fuel pump. One's an oxidizer pump. Because where rocket engines go, you can't naturally aspirate one. They go into space. There's no oxygen there. Got to bring the oxygen with you. This engine is using liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen for its propellants. And in order for those to exist as liquids, which are generally found as gases down here at atmospheric pressure, they need to be really, really freaking cold. And that's why there's so much ice on the outside of the motor. You know, if I could only figure out this whole gravity thing like Murph did, I'd be a billionaire. I know, right? So, if you notice, there's a little bit of a waterfall coming out of the test stand. That's the pad deluge. What they basically do is they spray water into the flames of the rocket engine, the exhaust. The reason why they do that is to, one, not melt the pad. Rocket engines are hot. What comes out of them is extremely hot. It will melt things. 2, it dampens the sound. Water is really good at absorbing acoustic energy. They cued in the audio. They're probably going to fire soon. Water's very good at absorbing sound. So it keeps the sound down because this gets really freaking loud. So they keyed in audio. I don't know if you guys can hear it. Headphone users, NASA either likes to underdrive the audio or overdrive it to hell. So just keep your hand on that volume knob just in case. See? They just cued in the audio and it's overdriven because there's feedback. So this might get loud. It is a rocket engine test. Once again, we'll get back to winter car in just a moment. I'm going to move the camera over here, weather guy, and they're going to change the shot. So once again, this is Stennis Space Center in Mississippi. That is a test stand for one of NASA's newer rocket engines. This is an RS-25E. That's Wake Island, Baron. Nice. These the engines for Artemis 3. This is most likely a test mule engine, Jackal. It might find its way onto an Artemis 3. Not Artemis 3, no. It might find its way onto an Artemis 4, 5, or 6 launch, if I had to guess. Either that or it's just an instrumentation engine, meaning it's one that they just use for testing, and it'll just be put on the test stands. It really depends at what phase in the qualification program they're at with the RS-25Es. Now, what people were telling me a second ago is that this is serial number 2063, which I don't think 2063 is a test mule. I think this is a flight engine. So it could be a qualification test. We'll see. Watch your head. Yeah. Space Pope!
The Eagle has landed.
Bless this test and space be with you.
And also with you. Thanks, Space Pope. Appreciate it. I'm pretty sure this is an RS-25E. Guys, I'll admit I was guessing, but looking at all the components when they showed the engine, it looked like an RS-25E to me. Why might they do a full duration test on a mule engine? To check, they could be checking fuel map, Hunster. They could be messing with fuel mixtures. They could be messing with throttling. They could be doing a bunch of stuff. But this engine was on SLS and removed after a leak was found on the oxygen side. Oh, this was... Oh, so this is an RS-25D then. Yeah, it's an RS-25D. It's not an RS-25E. I was wrong. So that means this is, dude, looking at all the hardware on that thing, it looks like they fitted RS-25E components to it. So this is a hot-rodded engine, which probably is the reason why they're testing it. So this is an X-Shuttle engine. This is an old space shuttle motor. That's cool, man. Is anybody going to go out there and pressure wash the stupid test stand so it doesn't look moldy? Just saying. The percolator is over here. That's why there's fog over here in the woods. That's the, yeah, that's the LOX percolation pond. Oh, they really turned up the audio. Headphone users, be careful. Should put an LS in it. Holy moly, this is basically the equivalent of LS swapping your power packs for a space shuttle engine. This would be like putting LS parts in an LT1 engine or a small block Chevy. Like, this thing is it's got all the modern bells and whistles on it but it's an old engine. 2063, once again, that engine flew on the space shuttle, guys. It's flew on multiple missions, if I'm remembering right. Started life as a 2063, I believe, is a Block 2 SSME. And then it was, once the space shuttle stopped flying, they changed its designation to RS-25D, the Delta variant of the RS-25 rocket. And then RS-25Es are the expendable version that SLS is going to fly when they run out of shuttle engines for SLS missions. But this seems to have a bunch of RS-25E parts on it. It looks to be hot-rodded. From what I can tell, I would really, really like it if they tested it. What does the percolator do? Oh, hold on. What's that? Hello? Percolator makes coffee. It percolates. No, that's a Hold on a second. Hold on a second. I'll answer that in a moment. It's where they dump the gaseous oxygen. Well, yeah, it's where they dump gaseous oxygen, basically. It's the vent line. They put it into a percolation pond so it diffuses. See how it's kind of just going all over the place there? They're trying to get it to spread out. You could tell it's cold gaseous oxygen because it's staying towards the ground. So it's more dense, like me. And that's the line that goes to it. See how it's all chilled down? Are there people in the white building? No, I don't think so. Is this live? Yeah, it should be. Once again, we'll get back to Winter Car in a moment. I just wanted to see this engine test, if they're going to do it anytime soon. So, Matt, this line here is from the oxidizer. Once again, rocket engines have two fluid pumps on them. One is the fuel pump. The other one's the oxidizer pump. Because where rocket engines go, there's no oxygen. So you got to bring it with you. And it's easier to bring it as a liquid. And it's easier to move it around as a liquid. So this motor uses liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen. And that's the dump line, basically. Because these propellants are so ridiculously cold, and they have to store them at pressure in those tanks up there, right? You have to have a topping off sequence. And like I said, they're really cold and at pressure, so they boil. They boil like if you put a pot of water on the stove and got it to 100 centigrade or 212 Fahrenheit, it'll start boiling. These propellants at extremely low temperature at high pressure, they boil as well. So you have to keep recirculating it. What happens if you have a pot of water on the stove and you sit there and you leave it boiling? Eventually all the water will evaporate. Liquid oxygen likes to turn into gaseous oxygen. That's what that percolation pond is there for. And that's why they have this dump line right here. Because they have to keep topping off the propellants inside of the motor. You have to prime the motor to get it ready to fire. You don't want to dry fire a rocket engine. That's about as bad as trying to start a car engine with no oil, right? Because a lot of the components need to be cold. They won't mechanically work correctly if they don't have propellants moving through them. So because they prime the engine and the propellants are boiling, they recirculate. They top it off from the tanks, and that's what this line is. This line is the dump for any propellants, any gaseous oxygen that is boiled off in the system. It turns to basically cold, like really dense gaseous oxygen, and it's going out this line. And that's why this line is super cold, because the propellants are super cold. Now, there's a hydrogen, there should be one for hydrogen, right? But hydrogen should have a purge flame, fellas. There should be a flame or something that looks like a candle around here, because you don't want to just percolate gaseous hydrogen on the ground. One, that's pretty bad for the ground, pretty bad for the environment. And two, hydrogen likes to explode really, really. I mean, think Hindenburg. It really likes to blow up very, very fast. Very efficient too, due to just the simplicity of the hydrogen atom. Hydrogen is very simple. If you look at a Bohr, like a Niels Bohr model of a hydrogen atom, it's nothing. It's just like, right? So there should be a flare stack around here somewhere. I don't know where it is. It's probably not near the stand. They usually keep them away. And you can also see that the engine has a GOX dump right there too. There are certain components that can only flow downstream to chill the plumbing. Oh, here we go. Nope. You'll see when this thing starts to go, guys. All this stuff will frost up even more than it already is, especially your accumulator right there. That's a liquid, so a gaseous liquid fuel or gaseous fuel accumulator. It's a hydrogen gas accumulator. It's part of the fuel-rich stage combustion cycle that this thing uses. I thought I started to see it shimmy around, but did we upgrade the My Winter Car engine? Yeah, we can go into space. So this is your gaseous oxygen vent line here. There are certain components, Matt, that you can't, like, once you put it into the engine, it can't recirculate back upstream. So once again, you guys are all watching. We're in the My Winter Car category right now. So it's cars. Like, once the fuel gets delivered into the combustion chamber, it really can't go back out the intake valve. There are certain things with rockets that only flow downstream one way on purpose. And so that's the GOX vent right there. That's the stuff that's in the percolation pond. The percolation pond, like I said, is for stuff that's upstream from this. It's for the lines that go to the rocket engine. That is the purge line for the rocket engine itself. It's called a bleed line. That's what they call it. Once again, there's no gaseous hydrogen bleed line, because then the test stand will become the Hindenburg. We don't want that. Oh, they cut the audio. Guys, I think whatever that shimmy was something they didn't want. I saw it. Did you guys see it? The whole thing shimmied a little bit. That's, will this engine go on SLS? It was already on SLS, Lenprod. Phil was telling me that. This is engine 2063. Remember Artemis 1, Ghost of Engine 3? That motor. NASA's actually testing our patience. Yeah, this looks like a nothing burger, dudes. Those cars are parked pretty close. Oh. Thanks for the info, man. It's pretty cool stuff. Rocket engines are sweet, dude. What it does and what a car engine does is not that far off. For instance, this is a fuel-rich stage combustion cycle. So you guys remember how I said, like, you know, it's better to move hydrogen and oxygen. You have to take them with you. You have to take the oxygen with you, but it's better to store them as liquids. They're generally found as gases down here, right? It's better to bring them as liquids. What this engine actually does is, that accumulator right there, that big ball. What I'm trying to tell you is that it has gaseous hydrogen in it. Fuel is stored in the balls. Okay, that's really important to know. This engine actually takes the liquid hydrogen and turns it to gas before it enters the rocket's main combustion chamber. Oh, there it goes. Watch. See the accumulator? It'll frost up when the plumbing really starts. Dude, look at the accumulator frost up. Yes! That's sick. Awesome. So what it's doing is it's taking liquid hydrogen. They inject a little bit of liquid oxygen into it before it reaches the main combustion chamber, blows it up, turns the hydrogen into gas because it evaporates really, really quickly, right? And that's what that accumulator is for. And then they take the gaseous hydrogen and they shoot gaseous hydrogen into a liquid oxygen, injector. So the injector plate, which is basically your fuel injector for the rocket engine, it has gaseous hydrogen going into it and liquid oxygen going into it. And that gets you better atomization. That makes the engine way more efficient because it's easier to atomize a gas with a liquid than it is a liquid with a liquid. Think a carburetor. Same exact idea. A carburetor uses liquid fuel and gaseous oxidizer, right? And they shoot it through the venturi at pressure to get it to atomize. This rocket engine is forcing that with liquid hydrogen, but it's turning the liquid hydrogen into gas and shooting liquid oxygen into it. And that's what's shooting out the bottom. Where's this area? This is Stennis. There you go, Pizzati. Yeah, rocket engines are loud. I'm going to switch back over to this side. They're in the throttle bucket. The accumulator's still doing work. So, watch this. You want to see the throttle of the engine. This right here is called a Mach disc. The Mach disc will actually move down when the engine throttles up. Now, what is this? That is the result of a flow phenomenon that happens when you fire a rocket engine at sea level. It's a sea level. You fire it down here at 1 bar ambient pressure. What happens is the gases that are shooting out of this rocket engine, they try to expand, but atmospheric pressure is forcing them back in on each other. And the flow that comes out of the rocket engine ends up looking like an hourglass almost. And this is the point where the gases impinge on each other. It creates that flow phenomenon called a Mach disc. It's making it rain, God. What's an RDE? Not what you see on the screen. Yep, see the disc move down? They cut the camera, but see how it moved down? Throttling back up to 109. This should be a 300-second fire, I think. There was the throttle up. Go at throttle up. Yes, that throttle. Same thing. Same call as the shuttle. SLS flies very similar. Now, they have all that hot rocket exhaust gas, which is basically gaseous hydrogen and oxygen coming out of this thing. It's basically water vapor, right? And they're shooting, it's really, really a high temperature, and they're shooting it into the pad deluge system that I was telling you guys about. They're shooting it into a waterfall. What happens is it cools the gas and it creates insane condensation. This thing produces enough water vapor coming out the exhaust that it actually A, shows up on the Weather Channel radar, and B, it actually makes rain. It puts so much precipitation into the atmosphere, it rains. Pretty cool, huh? Yeah, it's gnarly stuff, dude. This is good stuff. You can see the bottom of the power head right there. That's the bottom of the LOX power head. That's the LOX impeller. So your liquid oxygen pump. And then right there are your thrust vector controllers, your TVC. They're hydraulic rams that can move the engine in different directions for thrust vector control. This right here is a downpipe. Think downpipe on a turbo. Same idea. This engine has 4 pumps on it. You have 2 low pressure and 2 high pressure pumps. 2 low pressure, 2 high pressure. The main power heads that I'm talking about are your high pressure oxidizer and high pressure hydrogen turbo pumps, right? And there's flame out. And then it has 2 low pressure ones up at the top. You can see them right there. They're frosty. So what they're going to do is at engine cutoff, they're going to purge out the engine. They'll start flowing helium, gaseous helium through this, and you should see the ice start to go away. Notice all the plumbing has flex joints in it. Similar thing to like a turbo dump. Turbo dump pipe would have a flex joint in it to account for the thermal expansion. But in this case, you're accounting for thermal contraction because the motor's freaking cold. Don't lick it. That's bad. Hell yeah, man. Good test. There you go. That was engine 2063. Engine test firing. Now back to your regularly scheduled programming. What was the duration? 300 seconds. Hey, Ting, what's going on? RS-25s are amazing. Fluffy. Yeah, she burns real mint. Thought I saw a bottle on the floor there. Got worried for a second. Mint. You do not lick the forbidden spicy railing. That's bad. Okay. So Do we have any food here? We have some sausage. A little bit. We got to go back to the grocery store. But we're... Okay, yeah, it's bedtime. Let's go bed. Is that locks for SpaceX different because it's colder? Can they use it? I don't think the RS-25 is using densified locks. No, I don't think so. I wouldn't. It'll... Goalie, what you're basically proposing here is putting diesel into a gasoline engine. It might work. It might not work. Probably not going to work, but it might.
Voi vittujen kevää.
You should try it. Another general rule of thumb, guys, if you want to learn a little bit about rocket engines. You know, with a car, you know, you have your engine knocking, abnormal behavior, stuff like that. You know, the engine might survive a little while, and then it might be okay. With rocket, if a rocket engine gets detonation, the whole thing explodes. Yeah. It's general rule of thumb. You try doing something like even a little bit different with a rocket engine, it'll just blow up. Yeah, that's usually what happens. It'll just explode. It'll just pop. I mean, it'll be really funny when it does, but I mean, sure, somebody won't be happy about that. It goes right to your thighs, and then you'll blow up. Yeah, you will get it. You will get what's called a RUD, a rapid unplanned disassembly. It's not great. Not great. You could say that, Bran, yeah. That's a clean burning fuel, I tell you what, boy. Okay. Okay, get rid of that. All right. So we got the tractor. Tractor has the clutch pressure plate in it, and it has the rims, and we have the winter jacket that we're gonna take. We need to go shopping. I need to get groceries for the house because we're going to be building the car for a little while now. So let's go up here, flip the interior light on, go here, set the throttle, turn this bad boy on. Shout out to the one time Antares did a funny. Yeah. Yeah, good. That's a good example, Vulcan. Cyborg, what are you saying? And sometimes you'll have no idea why it blew up. That's always the really fun part. You get to figure it out, like a fun logic puzzle, you know, as a treat. So, Vulcan, chat was telling me that was 2063. Huh. It looks like they hot rodded the hell out of that thing. That looked like it had RS-25E components on it. Any update on the snowblower? I used it to blow snow this morning, Reindeer. Yeah, 100% operable. Place the fuel switch, and put the whole thing back together. The kill switch doesn't work, but whatever. I don't need the kill switch. But yeah, I used it to blow out the driveway this morning. What's the worst that can happen? It's not like we put anything bad in the engine, like oil. Yeah, no. You generally don't want oil in the combustion chamber in anything that combusts things. Maybe like a two-stroke would be one good example of what you do. No, I used it to blow off snow. So Shark Tales, I have, like, my shop is way back in the woods, and I didn't plow it because the coronet's in here. There's no need to plow all the way back to the garage. Not plow, shovel all the snow out to the back of the garage. So, I used it to blow that out. So yeah, now I actually have a clear path to the garage, but I don't need it. It's just the coronet back here. Do snowblowers have problems often? The thing about snowblowers is that you only use them once a year, Jackal, and that has its own problems, right? So, Jackal, the thing that was the problem with my snowblower is that even though I put stable in it, ethanol gas destroyed the it basically destroyed my fuel system. So that's good. I still have them, Creation, yeah. If we get to wiring, I'll buy the bulbs. Screw it. Alright, we have the money to do it, so might as well. And we will get the fire extinguisher as well. I need 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. And that should be good. Cool. Don't forget the extraterrestre bloco. Have you received your heating bill yet? No, I don't want to know what the electric bill is for the apartment. It's probably going to be double what it usually is. Can Topless add like a shopping cart to this game, please? Actually, a shopping cart would be pretty cool. But I'm not sure physically how much the game engine would like it. Didn't miss anything, right? I missed TMO's. TMO's was a lot smaller, so I didn't have to do this. Oil, that's a milestone. Yeah. Fire extinguisher? Where is it? Oh, haha. Thank you. I thought that was part of the pump. It's been 1.5 years and you still have no idea how this thing popped. Yeah, that doesn't look good, Cyborg. That doesn't look great. That looks like you had a problem. Fire's coming out the side. Not ideal. All right. So, what time is it? It is 9 a.m. We are going to drive to Lope, and we're going to go see our buddy Vitari, and we're going to drop those rims off. In my professional opinion, it should not do that. Yeah, yeah. Everything happened so fast that the DAQ system couldn't read it. I have a couple theories, but nothing proven to be the issue. What do people say? Synthetic oil is bad? Yeah. Depends, Flacken. I don't know. People say it probably because they put synthetic oil in a car that didn't want synthetic oil and broke it. And then, well, I tried this once and I did this and it didn't work, so I hate all synthetic oils, boy. I don't know, man. Statistics say differently, are you synthetic oil? I don't know. I don't know, nor do I really give a crap. You just put the oil in your car that the manufacturer recommends. That's probably the best idea. Hey, Brun. Great job on the snowblower. Just watched the vid. Oh, man. Yeah, I used it to move some snow this morning, dude. I was just telling chat that. Thanks, dude. Yeah, that thing, I can't believe it, dude. Brun, I can't believe that ethanol gas didn't destroy the carb. But I did pour stable in it, so maybe that had something to do with it. But it did wreck a lot of it, which is why I cut down the fuel lines and reattached them and then replaced some of them. I replaced the worst parts, and I put a new switch in, put a new fuel tap switch, and yeah, man, she's good. "100% agree with knowing how to fix your own stuff." That's right, man. Being self-sufficient is cool. And lady friends love it when you're self-sufficient. Seriously. From last year, Petrified. What's crazy is, dude, I had a snowblower that I haven't used since 2022. The reason why is because I took it out in 2023, and I know that ethanol destroyed the fuel system because it didn't start. It wouldn't get any fuel anywhere, right? I didn't take much time troubleshooting the damn thing. And then 2023, 2024, we didn't get enough snow in, southeastern Mass to even warrant using a snowblower. So I haven't used it in a couple of years. But what's crazy is that we cleaned out. I mean, dude, there was no gas in the damn thing when There was no gas in it when when we took it apart yesterday on stream. There's no gas in it. So whatever was in there evaporated, so I flushed that tank out a couple of times and then replaced some of the fuel lines. And the crazy thing is that it didn't get the carb. It got the carburetor bowl gasket a little bit. It's a little bit rotted out, but that when it's running under normal operation, the pull from the atomization from the jet, like the pull through the jet, is enough to make the bowl not leak, which is... So that either means that carburetor is fine, it looked okay, it didn't look too bad, or it's about to croak. So, you know, I don't know. It was working, worked again today, it fired right up, so who knows? Was a Teflon seal, Clayton, was. Yeah, bro, and I'm gonna get it, they're expecting about the same here. Did you replace the bowl gasket? No. The primer is the only thing that makes the bowl gasket bleed fuel. Interestingly enough, Rarest. It does not do it when the thing is running. Very strange. I'm starting to think the primer might be broken. Leaded gas was banned in the 70s, Lev. I think you just overprimed. Probably spoiled, yeah. But yeah. Yeah, knowing how to fix your own stuff is cool, man. Being independent is, yeah, it's definitely an acquired skill, but it is nice. Yeah, then you make money off that, Kelly. And you save tons of money, yeah, that's really cool. Maybe the rotten gasoline saved the carb. But we did find a lot of fuel line in the carb bulb run, so yeah. Yeah, dude, I can only guess that that's what happened, dude. There's nothing wrong with the primer. Under normal use, the float keeps fuel under that gasket level so it doesn't leak. I didn't even see that guy. But might when you tip it back, moving and running it. Yeah, like I said, that carburetor is either fine or it's barely on the edge of working offshore. I'm really hoping it's not the latter. But you know what might be a good idea, dudes? Getting my second snowblower that I got for free. Getting that thing out and fixing that one too. That one is not a mechanical problem. That thing should fire up just fine. That one's more of a belt problem, I think. Right, what are these, 14-inch wheels? Terve! Mikael! No, I'll just put a different set of tires on this one. I'll put non-studdeds on these ones, Flacken. Seems fine to me, but needs new gaskets. Maybe sometime in an ultrasonic cleaner. Mikael! Pojalla mielessä! Well, you got the tire machine, my dude. I'm gonna need some tires, homie. Actually, how much is the 2-barrel carb? $12.25. All right. How much are tires? $175.60 R14. It's $459. $175.60 R14 radials. Or snow tires. So we have studdeds coming. So let's oh, winter radials. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, let's do that. Let's put some Gomer Gobras on it. Gomer Gobras. Boom. Feel like we got to do more. You pay when you pick up. Doesn't he usually say something? Guess not. How much money we got? We got 2,900. Thank you. I'll be taking that. Might want the rev limiter. All right. Can you explain the difference in the number of barrels a carburetor makes? Sure. Yeah. So, barrels on a carburetor. So first of all, more doesn't necessarily mean better, Bio. That's the important thing to understand. More doesn't necessarily mean better. Just because you put a 4-barrel carburetor on your, car doesn't mean that it's going to make more power, etc., etc. So what do carburetors do inherently? Hey, Waxy, thanks for the prime sub, man. I appreciate it. What do carburetors do? Seriously, what do? They atomize fuel. It's your fuel delivery system, okay? Right? Does putting bigger injectors on a fuel-injected car make it give you more horsepower? No, absolutely not. So what does a carburetor do? All right, so why put more barrels on it or not? The idea is that you have more control with a 4-barrel carburetor. You have more control over the fuel delivery and fuel map settings for the carburetor at different revs. That's why you'd put secondaries on a carb, or that's why you'd run, the other option there was 4 single-barrel carburetors. Okay. It helps you. A 4-barrel carburetor will help you deliver the right fuel that the motor the right fuel that the motor wants. You'll have much better control with a 4-barrel carburetor over the fuel delivery across the RPM range of the engine than you would with a 2-barrel. Okay? You can more effectively deliver the right fuel quantity at certain RPMs. Now, how does that work? Well, okay, think about it like this. You have a 2-barrel carburetor, Bio, right? 2-barrel carburetor. Let's take the 2-barrel that's on my 318 in the Coronet, okay? It's a 2-barrel carb. It's probably a 400 CFM carb, 400 cubic feet a minute. What that is going to do... Hold on, train tracks. I gotta listen for the train. Okay, we're good. You can usually hear it coming. Okay, so a 2-barrel carburetor with with 2 jets in it, right? The jets are how much fuel gets delivered at RPM, right? That's going to be delivering more or less the same amount of fuel on the low end as it is on the high end. There's a max theoretical flow rate for your jet, right? And it's probably optimized around somewhere in the middle of the RPM, right? So there's only a certain point in your RPMs on that motor where you're delivering the perfect amount, the stoichiometric amount of fuel, meaning the perfect amount of fuel to oxygen, which is called stoichiometry. It's 14.7 parts oxygen, 1 part fuel. All right? Your engines suck in way more air than they do deliver fuel to it, right? So, with a 4-barrel carburetor, all right, you have 2 sets of jets, okay? You have 2 sets of jets. The first set is for your primary, right? So delivering fuel on the low end. And your second set of jets on a carburetor is your secondaries. Secondaries are for delivering fuel on the high end, right? A 4-barrel carburetor will allow you to achieve stoichiometry more through the rev range of the engine. You'll get better fuel delivery. You're more likely to be stoichiometric through the entire rev range. The more barrels you have, the higher fidelity your fuel mapping is. The higher fidelity, or the more efficient you're delivering the right amount of fuel that your engine needs. 4 meters of snow in Kamchatka is not going to make rocket science easy, yeah, right? Does that make sense, dude? So on a modern car, so I missed the very end of it. Sorry, I had someone in real life ask you something. The short story is that more barrels for your carburetor allow you to deliver. It allows you to be closer to stoichiometric, so the ideal amount of fuel being delivered throughout the entire rev range. You'll get better fuel delivery, higher fidelity fuel delivery. So, Bio, the short answer is, what does a car want? A car wants stoichiometric fuel, right? You don't want too much oxygen because then it'll burn up, it'll get too hot, and you don't want too much fuel because it'll either run very inefficiently or it won't get hot at all, right? You need just the right amount, right? Stoichiometric, 14.7 to 1 AFR, right? Carburetor allows you more barrels you have on your carburetor. So the more carburetor you have, the better, the easier it is to allow you to maintain 14.7 air to fuel throughout the entire rev range. A 2-barrel is probably optimized for the middle of the rev range. So your car isn't running very efficient down low or up high. It's right in the center. So better performance across the rev range. Not necessarily better, well, yeah, I mean, it kind of transfers to better performance, right? But it allows you to deliver the right amount of fuel at the right amount of time. It's your fuel map. Think about it on a modern car. Modern car has fuel injectors on it. Say you have a fuel-injected V8. Hold on. Say you have a fuel-injected V8. You have 8 fuel injectors. What is the computer doing? The computer is controlling the pulse width modulation on the injector. And the amount of fuel that the injector can move, right? The injector has a theoretical max flow rate. That's called a duty cycle for injector, for an injector, right? But the computer can deliver more or less fuel with the injector depending on its pulse width modulation to set to each injector, right? So you can adjust your fuel map settings down low, up high, wherever, and you can use the computer to tell the injector to either be open for longer or open for shorter periods of time, delivering more or less fuel. The barrels on a carburetor essentially do that, but it's mechanically programmed, so it's a fixed fuel map. But you can adjust it. The way you can adjust it is by changing the jet size on your carburetor. But even then, that's an analog change to it. You can't change it in real time like you could with a modern car. Your 17 Pro Charge Mustang is set to 13.5. I think it might be 13.7 for stoichiometric. 14.7 is 1 bar atmospheric pressure. I think I got them confused, Moist. Are you setting the jet size per barrel? You can. Yeah. On a 4-barrel carburetor, Bio, you usually have 2 jets for 2 barrels and 2 jets for 2 other barrels. So 4-barrel carburetor, you have your primaries, right, which is a 2-barrel over here, and then you have your secondaries, which is a 2-barrel over here. Your secondaries are for delivering the right amount of fuel at higher RPMs, and your primaries are for delivering the right amount of fuel for low RPMs. I wouldn't change each jet. I wouldn't do that. I would have 2 jets be the same. I mean, I'm sure you could put 2 different jets in there, but you risk leaning out one side of the engine. 14.7 is correct. Okay, cool. How many barrels is too many? Well, that depends on what the bore and stroke is. It depends on the displacement of the engine, Magnus. That really depends. How much air can your engine move? An internal combustion engine at the end of the day is an air pump. That's what it is. Your carburetor has to be suited for application. I see people overcarb engines all the time. Heck, my 59 is overcarb. The F100 is overcarb. I have a 650 CFM carburetor on a 302. That's way too much fuel. Way too much fuel. It gets terrible gas mileage because of it. I'd have to downjet that carburetor, that Edelbrock, and maybe we'll do that on a stream so I can show you. But yeah, overcarbing happens all the time. Just because you put a 4-barrel carburetor on it doesn't mean anything. Once again, that's just your fuel map settings, guys. That has nothing to do with increasing power. Yeah, you'll get a higher fidelity fuel map, but your fuel mapping will be fuel rich the entire time if you overcarb an engine. So does the engine only get air-fuel mixture from 1 barrel at a time? With a 4-barrel carburetor, you have 2 primaries and 2 secondaries. Your 2 primaries open up in the same time, and your secondaries open up at the same time, dude. My car's on a keto diet. No carbs. All right. Hang on. We are thirsty. Yeah, Magnus, how many barrels is too many? I mean, it's not necessarily about the barrels on a carburetor. It's very much about the CFM for the total CFM for all barrels on a carburetor. Like I said, I have a 650 CFM 4-barrel on a 302 on a 5-liter engine. That's way too much carburetor. I have to downjet that carburetor. I just don't really feel like doing it, and I don't drive the truck much. I drive it in the summer, so I'm not too worried about it. Guess what Nick just got? Money. So you're either getting 2 barrels at a time or 4. Or do they swap? It's progressive, so 2 barrels at low RPMs, 4 barrels open at high RPMs. Phone. David! 9 months. Okay, sewage. Nice. Now, it depends, Bio. It depends on the carb, though. Seriously, like... All right, let me unload this stuff, guys, and I'll show you. I have a car part in the shop that I can use to explain this, Bio. It tickled the tism. It's all about fuel delivery, dude. That's the big one. It's how you deliver the fuel. You ideally want to deliver stoichiometric air-to-fuel ratio through the entire rev range of an engine, right? That's what you'd want. You'd want to be delivering the right amount of fuel at the right time for throughout the entire revs. The carburetor can only do that at certain times because you have fixed jets. The jets on a carburetor aren't an aperture, right? It's not an aperture. So a 2-barrel carburetor on my Coronet, on a V8, right, is probably designed to deliver the right air-to-fuel ratio. I mean, the total revs of the engine is like 5,000 on a 318. It won't go much past that. So it's probably going to deliver pretty much the right amount of fuel in the middle of that RPM range, if I had to guess. Now, a 318 with a 4-barrel is going to get it to run more efficiently, and it will make a little bit more power as long as the carburetor is jetted. A 4-barrel carburetor is jetted and has the correct amount of CFM. So a 4-barrel carburetor for the 318 would probably be a 400 to 500 CFM carburetor, right? And then we'd have to jet it right. You know what, dudes? You know what I was just thinking? Bio? With the Coronet, I have a 2-barrel on it right now. You know what we should do? We should get a wideband. I should go buy a wideband kit for the Coronet before we put the Hemi in it. And I should show you this all working in real time. I mean, we could buy the wideband for the car in Summer Car, too, to also show it, but... Generally, carburetors are controlling your fuel map, and ideally, you want to deliver 14.7 to 1 air-to-fuel at all times. Having more jets or having different barrels will allow you to do this, right? And the more barrels you have, taking into account that your CFM needs to be correct, the more barrels you have, the better you can control the air-to-fuel ratio throughout the entire rev range of an engine. I don't think I can explain it any simpler than that. More barrels doesn't necessarily mean more power. It depends on it depends on the flow rate of the carburetor, and the flow rate of the carburetor depends on the flow rate of the engine. It's about fuel mapping. That's really what you got to remember. It's fuel maps. You want to be stoichiometric ideally at all times with a car. Altitude makes a difference with fuel mixture. Yeah, Chris, exactly. Of course it does. That's why planes have a fuel mixture on it. Anybody fly around a Cessna in like Flight Simulator or something? The mixture knob? Yeah, that's what that's there for. Yeah, that's important. You do not want to lean out a plane engine. It'll melt. It just means more consistency. More consistency in delivering stoichiometric through rev range. Yes, that's the idea. Now explain the difference between carburation and fuel injection. I went into it a little bit, Trenton. Were you there for that part, or you just... I compared it to a modern fuel injection system. Long story short, the fuel injection system has sensors on it that'll tell the computer the right amount of fuel to deliver, depending on how the rest of the motor is working. A lot of, and you know, this is the thing, people don't like this. People don't like that this is the case with newer cars, but they're heavily instrumented. There's sensors everywhere. But a lot of the sensors are there to get you better fuel economy. Even the catalytic converter has sensors on it, and that's talking to the computer that tell it to, the computer will understand to help you be more efficient and better emissions too, but that's another story. You want a full engineering thing with me? Oh, jeez. Carbs suck. Fuel injection blows. I see what you did there. What controls the rev range and where the primary and secondary are active? That's a good question. What controls when the primary and secondary are active? The gas pedal. Primaries open on the lower side. Secondaries will open later. Now, there is a whole thing that carburetor bros argue about secondary actuation. If you have mechanical secondaries, right? Basically, the gas pedal on an older car is basically, if you've ever used like a handbrake on a bicycle, it's just a steel cable that moves the brakes. That's how your throttle cable works on a car, basically from the point of cars being invented all the way up until the 90s. Yeah, it's just a cable. The gas pedal's just attached to a cable. Now, on a car that has like 3 single barrel carburetors, that cable uses a bunch of pulleys and rods to open up one carb and then open up the second carbs in sync. It's wild stuff, dude. Yeah, old school technology, but it's still cool. Smarter Every Day made a video. Dude, that's one of my favorite videos from Destin, where they show the fuel being atomized in the carburetor. The reason why that's so cool, Viscosity, is because, guys, that's what rocket engines do. Rocket engines do that same thing. The injector plate on a rocket engine atomizes fuel. That's what it does. It's the same exact thing as a carburetor or a fuel injector. Tri-power, yep. So, here, let me, tomorrow we'll go back to car assembly. Just got to put the groceries away and whatnot. So if you floor it well at lower RPMs, will you open all the barrels early? Yes. Yes, you will. If you put your pedal to the floor with an old car, you're opening up primary and secondaries all at the same time. Now, that's with a mechanical secondary. You can get better fidelity with a carburetor that uses what's called a vacuum secondary. Okay? The vacuum secondary will only open when the manifold vacuum drops to a certain point, and that's what articulates the secondary barrels. That's called vacuum secondaries. You get it's a little bit nicer with vacuum secondaries, but carburetor bros argue that stuff all the time. Have you seen the carb cheater? Of course I've seen the carb cheater, Noswolf. I have one in my shop. What, you didn't know that? Ernok bought one for Bluefus. He bought a carb cheater. I have it sitting in a box. I have to... One of these days, when I can get Bluefus into the shop after the coronet's good, we'll put the carb cheater on Bluefus. What is the carb cheater? The carb cheater is a open source project that a bunch of engineers in Iowa did to basically have a carburetor get controlled by a computer. It picks up, the carb cheater has sensors that pick up on the vacuum manifold pressure. And what it does, Flykin, is it basically modulates the amount of oxidizer getting in to the carburetor with a bleed valve to better control carburetor fuel map settings. Yeah, it's a computerized carburetor that can change stuff on the fly. And it uses, it's a computer that uses the vacuum logic from the manifold to help to have the carburetor work, to basically better govern how the carburetor works. It's not fuel injection, it's just a computer-controlled carb. That's all. Is carb cheater similar to the electronic carbs GM used in the 80s on quadrajets? Kind of, rarest, yeah. Believe it or not, the carb cheater uses the same thing that an EGR system, an EGR scavenging system would use to moderate, to modulate the right amount of AFR. It's really wild stuff, dude. So how the carb cheater works is it has an EFR or an EGR spacer plate built into the design, and the computer controls a solenoid that will allow or constrict more air going through the EGR plate that they provide you. Yeah, super interesting stuff, and it uses the computer uses vacuum to meter it. It's wild, dude. It's like Holley EFI or a Holley Terminator kit for a carburetor. Yeah, and it's open source, made by two dudes in Iowa. Really, really interesting stuff. The YouTube channel of those dudes is Thunderhead289. That guy's cool. Super cool. Big nerd when it comes to carbs. Do you need fuel additives on the crew cab, or can it run on normal gas? It'll run fine on normal gas, Sig. Great stream today. Good mix of rockets, cars, and my winter car. Really interesting. Yeah, dude. All good. Here. One more thing I would like to show you guys. RE carburetors. I will be right back. Let me show you. This is it's heavy, so it's going to take a second for me to get it. Okay, all right, coming at you hot and heavy. Check this out. This is Tri-Power, baby. 3 double barrel Rochester carburetors. Chevy Tri-Power. So, we have 3 2-barrel carburetors here, right? And the center one, see these rods right here? These rods right here are designed to actuate the first and third carburetor. When you step on the gas, you got to set these rods, and it's a big pain in the butt. But when you step on the gas with Tri-Power, what it's doing is, on the lower end, right, if you slowly got on the gas pedal, you'd start to actuate this carburetor in the center, right? And then when you got higher on the throttle, you'd start to actuate the first and third carburetor on the higher end. This allows you to deliver more fuel on the higher end of your RPMs. You would do this with a motor that makes power at high RPM, so a race car, right? This is how they were doing this kind of stuff with NASCAR back in the day. Tuning this sucks, which is why I have it sitting on the shelf. But yeah, I took this off of a 327. Guy wanted to switch to a 4-barrel because this sucks. But yeah, there you go. 3 single barrel carburetors, bio. It's Tri-Power, baby. I'm telling you, I have enough parts to put together a pretty mean Chevy small block, guys. We should. Pretty cool, huh? LS? I don't have an LS. I have a small block Chevy. Why are diesels never carbureted? They don't need to be. Diesels use mechanical fuel injection. Or just fuel injection. They've used fuel injection for a long time. Modern diesels use EFI. Older diesels use mechanical fuel injection. The reason why they do that, Flykin, is because the fuel with diesel needs to be... with a diesel engine, you need to deliver fuel at super high pressure. You need to do that in order to get the diesel to work. So diesels have direct injection, meaning that the injector is pointed into the combustion chamber, okay? So you have direct injection, okay? With direct like I said, you have to get atomization, the right amount of atomization inside of the combustion chamber with a diesel. And what that diesel, and this is the difference between a diesel engine and a gasoline engine. What that diesel does is rely on the efficiency of diesel fuel, with the specific efficiency of diesel fuel to be able to auto-combust at a certain temperature. So basically, when that piston comes back up on a diesel, it'll compress the sprayed-in diesel fuel with the oxidizer that's coming in, right? It'll compress it to the point where it'll auto-combust. It'll blow up. Because with the ideal gas law, PV equals nRT. Gas at high pressure gets hot. Gas at low pressure gets cold. Diesels rely on autocombustion. I think it's said specific if it... Yeah, I'm pretty sure I said that right. That was close. Close enough. So the diesel needs to be able to, you got to spray that fuel in there in order to get the diesel to work right. I mean, I assume you could probably do a carbureted diesel. You could probably do that. I mean, I'm not sure you'd deliver enough fuel, though. Diesels don't make vacuum. Yeah, not so fun. Yeah, see, that's where my knowledge of like actually like, dude, I have wrench time on V8s, gasoline V8s. I don't have a lot of wrench time on diesel engines, so yeah, this is where you guys would have to take over because I don't know that very well. I mean, I suppose you could do port injection. I suppose on a diesel, you should be able to do that. That intake is a pain. Guys, you know what the cool thing is? That's a real Offenhauser aluminum intake manifold. That's the real deal. Like, that's old school, man. It's cast aluminum. Old school. Will that carb pass inspection? I don't know. Probably not. Noted, Kelly. Older diesels were 2-strokes too. Yeah. No, you cannot carb a diesel because fuel is also introduced later in the stroke than, yeah. Yeah, that's what I mean. With a diesel, you have to deliver fuel at high pressure. If you don't deliver fuel at high pressure right into the combustion chamber, you're not gonna, it won't work. It won't diesel. You have to get the atomization during the compression stroke, and that's hard to do. The way to do that is to deliver the fuel at high pressure. Because you need the crazy thing, guys, is that you need low pressure to get atomization. You need low pressure. If you don't have low pressure, you can't atomize fuel and oxygen. So with a diesel, the injectors have to be able to deliver diesel fuel at a pressure that's higher than the pressures encountered inside of the combustion chamber, right? That's the only way it's going to work. It won't work otherwise. Yeah. Yeah, okay, cool. I see, I talked myself through that one. I don't know much about diesels. Like, I know how it works. I understand the principle of operation. I get it. But yeah, I've never wrenched on one. Ever. Never done that. Never had the pleasure. Now, don't get me wrong. If we could go get a 6BT Cummins to put in my 97 F250, I would do that. I would absolutely do that. In fact, you know what? Whenever I get done with the dang Coronet, we should do that. We should go find a Cummins motor and Cummins swap the F250 and then put a front axle in it. Diesel F250 4x4 with a manual. I'm pretty sure you guys would like that. 2-stroke diesel, 2-stroke Detroits are more my style. I don't think that would fit in the I don't think that would fit in there. Not an IDI or 7.3. No. I think that Cummins made the best diesel of the 90s. I think, yeah, Cummins makes the best diesel from the 90s. You can't screw on a 6BT or a 5.9. Those are amazing. Dude, I watched a YouTube video this morning when I was on the treadmill. It was a Weston Champlin video. He's a Ford Ranger with a 6BT in it, with a Cummins in it, attached to tank treads. So it's a Ford Ranger that's sitting on tank treads with a 6BT turbo diesel in it, and it pulled a Centurion tank. I don't think I need to say any more. It pulled a Centurion, a British Centurion. That is not a small tank. Cummins. Yeah, 6BT. That's what I would put in my truck from the 90s. The best diesel of the 90s and the best truck chassis of the 90s. It's no IS-3. I mean, Centurions and Mana are all they're pretty stout, dude. They're pretty stout tanks. I mean, yeah, it's not an IS-3 for sure, but also a Centurion is not exactly light, dude. That's a main battle tank. That's a big tank. Pulled on what surface? Gravel, believe it or not. 010. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, diesel sounds like constant detonation because that's what it is. Leopard 2A. I am more a fan of an M1A2 Abrams, guys. Sorry. Call me traditional, I guess. Actually, that's not my favorite tank. You guys want to know what my favorite tank is? Yeah, I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it. I'm going to say it. My favorite tank is an M88A2. You know why? Because your enemy's expecting you to bring a turret into battle. They're expecting a gun. They ain't going to expect a crane. Okay? Okay? That's my favorite tank. Because what's cooler than a freaking tank with a crane on it? All right? No one's expecting that. You're going to take that into battle. Your enemy's just going to be confused. And then you just pick up their tanks and take them. That thing is not a tank. Of course it's a tank. Look, an original baseline M88, Bergpanzer Ein, ARV of the German Army on static display at the German Tank Museum. Boom. Get fricked. If the Germans classify it as a tank, well, you cannot argue with that efficiency, mein Freund. Not going to happen. Streetswagen 103 is the correct answer. Yeah, M88A2. That's if I could choose any tank, I would choose that. Because, yeah, like I said, it's a tank with a crane on it. That's cool. Merkava is the correct answer. Oh, you would say that. You would. You freaking would. Yeah, the Merkava is good if you're fighting, like, if people are fighting on your doorstep. Give me the Abrams any day. You know why? Because I could put that in an airplane and take it anywhere. You freaking would. See, I don't armchair general much, but when I do, I prefer Dos Equis. All right, let's go open up that box here. Leopard 2A7. Yeah, I can get behind Leopard tanks. The Germans do make a good tank. Yeah, they're very good at that. Okay, this had something in it that I wanted. I don't remember what it was, though.
Go at throttle up.
That must have been a rando box. I could have sworn we bought one with a clutch pressure plate. Why did I buy this? This has to be a rando. It has a... Yeah, I don't remember buying these parts in this sequence here. 60. Chris, hey man, what's up? 65-month resub. Thank you. Well, now we have a spare alternator. It was only 190. Yeah, I thought this was the one with the clutch pressure plate. I'm kind of bummed, but it's okay. I did get another cool blacked out grill, though. That's pretty neat. Put that with the other one. I have so many freaking exhausts. And another oil pump. I'll put that with my collection of oil pumps. See, we got a nice set. We can have more oil pumps, as you know, as a treat. Really need to expand the barn. I'm debating taking parts and putting them in the garage where you chop firewood. Jeez, Flankin. Anyway, that's my rant about tanks. Guys are stupid. They'll be expecting a tank with a gun. I like to keep my enemies confused. I only drink the blood of my enemies. Thank you for the info. Oh, you're very welcome. Now, if you'll excuse me for a second. Oh, yeah, baby. Yeah, baby. Nice. What are you waiting on? Clutch pressure plate? Clutch pressure plate and wheels. I get wheels pace, we can roll the car in here. So how about the Rakendanyag Panzer? Was ist das? I wonder if we have different air filters. No, they're all 2-barrel. Rocket hunting tank? Yeah. It's a rocket launcher tank? Oh. Yeah, those are cool. I do like rockets. Yeah, see? This is a... Is that a single barrel? Hold on, let me open it up. Yeah, single barrel carburetor. With the 2-barrel, we can better control our fuel map. Now, Bio, I don't know if you're still here or if you guys want to hear a little bit more about carburetors. This is a 2-barrel carburetor with a single primary and a single secondary. At least I think I'm looking at that right. It's basically 2 single-barrel carburetors grafted together. Yeah, we have a single barrel for our secondary. And now let's see how good. Let's see if Topless is good at this. Let's see if he has the linkages right. Yep. Yes, he does. So right here is where you'd attach the gas, the linkage to the gas pedal, right? See how it moves? Ram, 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 ram. Right? And what that's going to do, look, there's 2 lever arms. One, well, this thing is attached to your primary right here. And if you notice, there's a lever arm attached to a secondary. The lever arm will actuate the secondary when your primary is halfway open. See that? So when this thing turns a little bit, it'll open up the secondaries. They should both open up at the same time. At least a little bit of a delay. You can't really see it. You can just see the choke. Yeah. But yeah, he did model it. Yeah. Like I said, fuel mapping, guys, is all analog on old cars. You want a delay for the secondary to open? Good. Put it on a lever. Levers and pulleys and springs. Now, you'll notice that it's also actuating something over here. That... I was going to say that looks to be for the accelerator pump, but it's not. The accelerator pump's over there. So it might be. I don't know. I'm not familiar with this style of carburetor. The bowl is right here, and you have 2 accelerator pumps on either side. Why is the accelerator pump for the secondary missing? That shouldn't be open like that. Yeah, 58, I think that's the choke release. I think you're right. I think that's the auto choke release. Yeah, because it's up high. Right. But yeah, it's not animating it. See, we have an accelerator pump right there. So the accelerator pump, guys, is basically a plunger, right? When you step on the gas, a secondary linkage in the carburetor is going to push on the plunger in here. What that plunger is going to do is pressurize the carburetor bowl. There's always a fluid buffer tank in a carburetor. They're called bowls. We were looking at one yesterday with the snowblower, right? If you watched my snowblower fixing stream yesterday, right? What the accelerator pump does is it puts pressure, it pressurizes this thing, and it forces the fuel through the carburetor jets. It basically is a way for it to be like, no, deliver fuel now because homeboy stepped on the gas. Now, there's one for the bowl over there, but there's not one here. So this thing is using one bowl for primary and secondary, which is, yeah, that's, once again, that's not really what I'm used to, but yeah, that makes sense. How's your thumb? So you see that? This line right there? That's not a wrinkle. That's not like the wrinkles. That's a gash that goes all the way around. It starts here and goes around my thumb. It's all right, though. Yeah, it looks like the accelerator pump. This has one bowl, and it's feeding both with that carburetor design. Yeah, don't worry about it. I'm fine. But yeah, there you go. Yeah, that's, 2-barrel. We put the 2-barrel on. You don't need the single barrel. I'll put it with my excess engine parts down here. That's actually more shifter parts, but that's okay. We're going to have to go back into town again, guys, because I don't have... We need the clutch pressure plate. That's really what I'm waiting on. And the tires, too. 'Tis but a scratch. Scratch your arms off. No, it isn't. You know what? I don't feel like getting the heat out of the house, so I'm going to headbutt this stuff through the wall, because I can. Alright, watch, ready? Just pretend there's a pass-through over here. Yeah. Go check your front porch. It's already in the shop, Rob. Already in the shop, my dude. He's just putting off opening the heating bill, or trying to not have a high heating bill, dude. You can make a fire in the fireplace to help with the heat. I did that when we did the engine build in the living room in the first playthrough. I think we, actually, speaking of that, not to jinx myself, I think we surpassed the amount of progress that I had in the first playthrough. First playthrough got pretty far. Second playthrough got kind of a little bit less far, I guess. And this playthrough, attempt 3, we've gotten the furthest. I built the engine in here, yeah, because in the first playthrough, I didn't have my coveralls.
Jumalauta! Perkele! Saatana! Jumalauta! Ei saatana! Jumalauta! Vittu! Jumalauta! Saatana! Voi vittujen kevää! Saatana! Vittujen vittu!
Dude, that's the jinxiest jinx I've ever heard. I think with our rules, I think we'll be okay. Now you tempted the Kraken. I never said anything about dying, just said this is the furthest we've gotten. Did I leave the light on in the shop? Oh, I did. It's like the clapper. Clap on, clap off. The clapper. See? Time for sleepy in game. Oh, we gotta shut the light off in here. Leave the hall light on. We don't want any boogeymen.
Ai, 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 ai.
Okay, we have 2 septic jobs to do, and yeah, we gotta go into town. Yeah, without the clutch pressure plate, we're not gonna go much further. But we have all the fluids that we need for the motor and stuff, which is good, and coolant and brakes, so. Drive back into town. Why do you have so many transmissions? Because the game gave them to me. I have a collection. Ah, human music. I like it. Where did the tattoos come from? I got sent to jail, but then I edited myself out of jail because I think I was wrongfully prosecuted. And I have 500 witnesses from chat to back me up. That's a pole. Don't hit the pole. An NPC walked into my vehicle, and it counted as vehicular manslaughter. That'd be cool if you could bribe the guards, Death. That'd be funny. Yeah, but then I stopped. And the second I stopped, he ran into my truck. So technically, Pickle, he hit a stopped vehicle. He walked into a stopped vehicle. I cannot be held responsible for other people's stupidity, okay? Space News today? Oh, what time is it? Oh. Yeah, we'll do Space News at 6. That was yesterday, Bijou. Well, I had a dash cam, Jonas. We had a dash cam and a bunch of chatters watching the dash cam. There's the clip. Deadbringer's got it. Thanks, Deadbringer. Guy was an ambulance chaser. Yeah, that's right, Rarest. If you were responsible for other people's stupidity, you would have banned you 9 years ago. A very rare Penta self-owned. Because I knew, Jim, the expression on your face was hilarious, because I knew the game was going to dog me. Well, guess what? I have an editor. So there, I got an editor. How do you like them apples? Eric Johnson scrap accumulation. EJSA. Oh, God. I thought you were guilty until I saw the evidence. I exonerate you. Thank you. Nah, dude, that looked like you hit him. You were still rolling forward. If I was a lawyer, I'd take this case and sue you. Well, it's okay. It's okay, Dragunov. I have a permit. You know what it says? It says I can do whatever the hell I want. Yeah, I mean, guys, the truck was still moving, right? But also, I hit that guy going maybe a half a mile an hour. Maybe. Like, dudes, I'll be 100% honest with you. If I ran the guy over going like 60 miles an hour because I didn't see him, I would serve the jail time. But that was stupid. No, absolutely not. You wouldn't get a ton of jail time for that. Need a better mustache to hold that permit? Yeah, that's right. Did you help him? Yeah, of course. Yeah. I saw that guy walking around. This saved, dude. He would have got a ticket for jaywalking. Is jaywalking a thing in Finland? Nice, gold tech. You've never heard of anybody getting fined for jaywalking. Alright, cool. You would like this song, Pace. This is fine. Yeah, it's fine.
Mene säkin kotiin.
Mene säkin kotiin. Nah, I'm good, Pace. Interesting, Jonas. Oh, post-order notification! We have a septic tank job to do, though. Extraterrestre blocko?
Olet yhdessä sängyssäsi silmät kiinni, hengitys rauhallisena ja
Extraterrestre
täysin siinä,
blocko.
että samaan aikaan luonnostosi ulkopuolella luonnolla jokin, joka haluaa sisälle tahtomattasi.
Extraterrestre blocko. Vitari.
Moro, se on Fleetari täältä korjaamolta. Se sun tilaus, niin se on nyt hoidettu, että...
Hey Tom, what's going on, dude? Yeah, there's glow plugs, Klavic. You have to wait for the plugs to go. And you have to build up pneumatic pressure in the big rig. That's what that buzzing noise is. Not much, just another day hating sheet metal. Oh, sheet metal's pretty cool. Come on, the sheet metal's a pretty cool guy and doesn't afraid of anything. Didn't do that right. Oops, we got to take it out of gear. Come on. This warps too much, man. That's how we make these parts. Those things go in circular to heat treat and come out oval. Ah, jeez. Also, the design is from the 60s. Tom, I don't know if I've ever asked you what you're making. What the hell are you making? Or, I mean, you can't say it, don't say it, but interesting. Mom, where you make it? Everybody know that. Damn, boy. You like to see who name? I want you make it. Damn, boy. Everybody know that. Damn, boy. Yeah, that's one of the jobs in the game, pumping septic. Easy money, dude. People are always gonna take a dump. People can take a crap anywhere. They come to tchotchkes for the atmosphere and the friendliness. Yeah, Davinsky, this is a good game.
Me vittu.
It's not top secret, but there are water separators that go into the MH60. Ah. Cool. Right on, Tom. That's actually badass, dude. I mean, if you're putting too much heat in from the machining process, I mean, you can just go change this. I know how this all works. You consider it maybe a thicker, slightly thicker gauge. I like Winter Car better, Sweet. Is it in the restaurant with all the goofy stuff on the walls and the mozzarella sticks? You mean shenanigans? You're talking about shenanigans, right? Oh. Y'all remember the time Waterboy intercepted the ball and his pants fell off and he ran to the touchdown bare ass? Y'all remember the time Bobby Boucher showed up in halftime and the Mud Dogs won the Bourbon Bowl, do you? Last game of the year, Brent. Can't hold anything back now. Boy, Boucher knocked the poop out of him. Poop. I know. We know. We know. Dude, you know what, Pace? That's actually a really good football movie. Just on a side note. It's actually a really good football movie. Let's head down over to Lope and go get our tires, and then we'll bring the tires back here, grab the post orders, and bring those all back to the house. The replacements, yeah, good one. I don't know, does Rudy count as a football movie? Did you see Esar is potentially going tomorrow now? I thought they said they'd scrub till February. Chris? They're gonna go tomorrow? Oh no. Well, that's gonna make things a little bit difficult for you, boy. Little Giant's a good football movie, yeah. Yeah. I implore you to read Jonas's last. I decided to become a writer instead of working as a septic tank cleaner. Pros before hose. Wow. Wow. $100 for his sake. Are you gonna play Forza Horizon? No. I don't like Horizons. It's too arcadey for my taste. No, that's no cheerleader. That's my niece Becky. She's pissed. Man, I didn't think we'd be doing Little Giants quotes today. Oh, come on. You have a poo job south of Lope. I know, that's why I'm driving this out here. Longest yard, yeah. The car is rolling, but it doesn't have tires. I'm fixing that right now. Yeah, Bob, I got it. Sandlot. Field of Dreams. League of Their Own. Sandlot is my all-time favorite, one of my all-time favorite movie quotes, dude. Heroes get remembered, but legends never die. Follow your heart and you never go wrong. Hell yeah. Dudes will see that and go, hell yeah. Forever. Forever. Yeah, it'll be the best movie forever. When do you prep for corn? Alright, let's go. First gear. You're breaking your rule about transporting parts in the Gifu. Transporting parts in the Gifu is fine. It's transporting containers. So the boxes. You don't transport boxes or shopping bags in there. Hey. Terve. Mikmikalle. Polea mienassa. Sweet. Those were a little expensive, but, you know, whatever. Man, that is a skinny tire. Two 205s, 205 60R15 would probably be better. These are 175s. That's much too skinny. Are you able to drive his car? You can drive. He'll give you the keys to the car if he's doing something to your car to make your car, like your car is in the shop. That's his loaner vehicle. It looks like a Delta 98 if I'm looking at that right. That's an Oldsmobile for sure. Which is meh because I like the 72 Coronet that he had in my summer car. That's like a 66 or 67 Oldsmobile. No, that's a Delta 98 all day. Meh. That is not the horn this car had. Yeah, see, we don't have the keys. Got a heater in it, though. Dude, factory power window. All right. Oh, I mean, Delta 98, so yeah, that makes sense. It's a pretty upscale car for the time. He's still working on the gasser over there, yeah. Sport style ski championship as opposed to a not sport style ski championship. Oh, 360 horsepower, 638 Newton meters. What the hell is Newton meters? Give me it in foot pounds. Business style ski championship. Oh yeah, Graham. Yeah, that makes sense. But, well, actually, King, if I'm looking at that right, 360 horse, 638 Newton meters, that's a big block car, which is, if it's an Oldsmobile, that means, well, what was a big block in 65? 389? No, that's a Pontiac motor. 7 liter. What's the most powerful horsepower rocket engine in the world? Rockets don't make horsepower, Chris. They make thrust. Horsepower and thrust are two different things. What you just asked, Chris, is the equivalent of saying, how long does my car go? Like that, no, that makes no sense. Bro, how much poo did you have in there? Oh, sorry, no problem. With that being said, the most powerful rocket engine is the RD-171. The Russian motor. Or just RD-170. The most powerful flown one is the RD-170. And then right behind that is the Saturn V's F1 engine. It's not pumping. What the hell? The pump is on, dudes. Come on.
Jumalauta, pahalta, voi saatana.
Oh yeah, thanks, game. I really love wasting fuel.
Saatana.
Hey, Shenru, thanks for the raid, man. How are you? No, we're not full. It's just a glitch. Means I had this thing up at 1500 RPMs for like 5 minutes for no reason. Anyway, Shenru, what's up, dude? What were you playing? Your car goes as long as it has fuel in it. Yeah, Machines, I know. Shem's playing, EU5. Huh. Yeah. That game. All that freaking power and run. You got skinny rims like that? Tell me he's got some meat in the back. Nope. Oh, look at it, dude. Look at that now. That's a trunk. Look at it. It's freaking gigantic. Hey, that looks like my car. That's how my car looks on the inside. Or looked. Look at that thing. Look at all. Dude, that's awesome. Now that's a freaking car, dude. Yeah. It'd be cool if you could get one of those, but the Rivet is fine, I suppose. I always thought it'd be cool if you could trade up in Summer Car, you know? Like, but the way Topless seems to have coded this, I don't see why he couldn't add more cars. The way the chorus is written, like, he seems to have completely refactored the code to allow for duplicate parts. And that's probably why this took so long. You know, Summer Car came out a long time ago. Alright, back into town. We'll take the road back. Yeah, it's like at least a 5-body trunk, that Oldsmobile. Why? Oh crap. No, come on. Shift. They did some emergency testing for Artemis today? Cool. It really depends on the wet dress rehearsal, Chris, but yeah, I think we're all right. Police checkpoint is almost up here. We got to be careful. Look out to the left, see if there's a guy sitting in the bushes. No, I did. Sip. Oh, hold up. Please. Truck isn't full, guys. That's why I opted to do this.
Eikös me olla aikaisemminkin tavattu ja silläkin kertaa oli paha. Katsotaanpa mistä kaikesta tulee sakko tällä kertaa. Mistähän puhuu?
No warrants, no warrants, no warrants.
Lukema tällä kertaa. Kyllä tässä jotain epäilyttävää.
We're up. Sober. Sorry, buddy. Sorry to burst your bubble.
Silmällä tulikkaa.
Yeah, super, don't worry about it. We good. Well, yeah, King, it's not, but, you know. You didn't see the jail tats, that's right. Are those grain silos? They were something. That looks to be a farm over there, dude, but it's never done anything. Topless added it a long time ago in Summer Car. The way the car is handling, or the way the truck is handling, makes it seems like Topless was trying to make it seem like there was slush on the road. Like the truck likes to jerk around and stuff. Not the sewage slipping. It does that whether it's full or not, but you can definitely feel the weight. That too. Especially when you go around a corner like this, it'll try to kick the back end out. I didn't do it that time because I have the tag axle down, but... You could pick strawberries at that farm? I don't remember that, Magnus. I'm making the same mistake twice. Can't see anything. Can't see nothing. I hated the strawberry picking job. It's so not worth it. You just finished your car and you forgot to put the RPM limiter in. High. Oh no! Rip pistons. Getting stowed in for the Pats Broncos game doesn't sound too bad. Time is it? Oh. Oh, yeah, we got time. Hello? Oh, electric bill wasn't too bad, actually. Huh. Alright, let's get the tractor and let's go get the rest of our crates here. I just need that clutch pressure plate. And then I think I might need a clutch cable, too. I don't think I have that. You need some way to actuate the clutch forks, but... Well, the temperature, I noticed the body temp inside of the house was a lot colder than what it usually is, Zeros. The forks were about that close from killing them. I don't need those dudes following me around. That was the bus stop tip? The bus stop's probably tipped over because a plow hit it. That happens in places where it snows a lot, Guger. At least that's what I think Topless was intending with that. Don't look. Or word. Yeah, just walk away. Hey. What? Oh. I'd take some money out there for the parts. All right. Or did we toss one over, or are there 3 in there? No, there's 3 in there. There should be 3 in there and the 4 tires. Excellent. All right. Close that up. Time is it? 6. All right. 2 more things. Smash the energy drink, fill the tractor up with gas, and then we take it back. Wait, was there new Marchetti? Also new Marchetti. It snowed earlier in the game today, dude. Oh, gotta fill this up. Korttia varmennetaan. Meat Snack, you're in Australia, but I heard parts of the U.S. are going to get ice storms. How's it looking for your area? 2 feet of snow is projected to fall on Sunday night. For the rest of the world, that's 60 centimeters. You need the turbo tractor? I'm trying to go not too hard on the mods, dude. Does Titan like snow? Nope. Yeah, that's why I fixed my snowblower on stream yesterday, because I was very worried about not having that ready in time. Why do I always forget that? I never forget any of this in real life, dude. In the 90s and in the early 2000s, we call what that guy did going from cool to tool very quickly. In fact, there was a website called, actually, I think it may have been on Albino Black Sheep or something, from cool to tool. It was people trying to do stupid things in cars and crashing. It was awesome. Yeah, exactly, Fluffy. Today they're called Mustang driver combinations. Yeah. Yeah, I know. No, if you got that much snow in Ireland, we'd go into shutdown. 2 centimeters and everybody panics. 2 feet is, yeah, 60 centimeters, everybody's kind of panicking. Yeah, Fluffy, right? Yeah, some of you would know. That's the projection. They don't know. It's in a nominal range right now. Right now, the weather report as of this morning said 12 to 24 inches. So that's 30 to 60 centimeters. So, yeah. This whole storm was supposed to hit the mid-Atlantic, and then everybody, or that's what the weather people said, it was going to hit the mid-Atlantic, so it was going to go south of me and stay south of me, but nope, it decided to drift up here. And the worst part of it is that it's going, the part that is going to come hit, like get to me, is going to go out over the ocean. It's going to go over, basically over New York City and get lake affected from Long Island Sound, and we're going to get dumped on pretty bad, which is great. It's coming at the perfect angle, which really sucks. But hey, it is what it is. So, just general PSA, guys. I might need a mulligan on Monday, because I might be still removing snow. But yeah, for the stream on Monday. Is that the right one? Nope. No, this is not. Pretty much, Magellan, yeah. Get back to the road. Turn on the beacon so I can see trees. Yeah, pretty much, Bob, yeah. Yeah, there's a red mailbox. You turn at the green one. That's right. I always forget that. We need a snowblower stream. You had one yesterday. You need one when you're actually blowing snow. Oh. Yeah, Badger. I know, Katra. I don't need tips for how to handle snow. But I appreciate it, man. Yeah. Yeah, because it's Sunday. I mean, Katra, you say keep on top of it. You say it's Monday into Sunday, right? So I'm basically going to need to be up all night. That's the reason why I said give me a rain check on Monday. Monday's stream is, depending on how bad the snow is, might not happen. Because I'm going to need to be up all night blowing that stupid stuff out. Yeah, you ideally don't want to wake up to 2 feet of snow, you know? I don't want... Yeah, exactly, Dean. I don't want to do a snow blowing stream because then I don't want people to see where I live. I think that's fair. So, I'm not doing that. They have 2. Busy. One of them is inoperable. Maybe, you know what, dudes? I think tomorrow, before Flame Trench or early hours, I think I'll grab the generator and the second snowblower because they're both inoperable. My second generator. It's not my second generator. I'm borrowing my neighbor's, just in case. We should get both of those operable. Yeah. We should do that tomorrow. It'll be fun. Yeah, I'll have to go dig my second generator out. It's in my storage shed. It's in the mower storage. And same with the snowblower. I have to go get them. So, like, we'll work on that stuff tomorrow. Then we'll do Flame Trench, and then we'll play winter car. Snowblowers for the week. Use a shovel. No. My back disagrees with you. Generator repair stream. Well, the fuel system's destroyed on the generator too, Rarest, so... Yeah, let's, we'll get the generator and the other snowblower out, and we'll mess with them. We both work from home, Klavik, so yeah, we're good on that front. That's a good idea, Bright. Yeah, I agree. You have natural gas pipes from the street. Yes. Is there a crazy story to ask this how the snowblower broke? No, just ethanol fuel ruined it. I think ethanol got the generator too, Shy. In fact, I'm pretty damn sure that it got the generator. We'll have to look. Another solo trench? I don't know, Matt. I don't want solo flame trenches to become a thing, dude. That's fun, but it was cool as a one-off thing, you know? You have an engine that can run on gas from the street. No. No, I don't. I have a... So the generator that I'm borrowing from my buddy, it has a propane regulator on it. So it can run off propane, or it can run off dang old propane, boy. Or it can run off gas. The generator that's inoperable is just gas, because it's old. The generator that's inoperable is a 6,000 watt generator from the 80s, dude. Or it might even be the 70s. The thing is old. And honestly, it's rusty as hell. It could do with it. Yeah, probably could do with fixing some of it. Beep bop boop boop beep. Beep boop. Can't see nothing. Yeah, in a moment, Cajun. Gommers. All right, let's open these bad boys. Ready? There's the pressure plate. Yes! Beep bop boop 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 beep beep boop boop boop. Yes. No, spoiled, believe it or not, it actually didn't, which I'm very surprised by. Oh, yeah. I don't really care about the rest of this stuff, but, another 3-speed. That's cool, I guess. Any good dashboards? So we have a GT dashboard here with a defroster, but a radio delete. Don't want that. And then we have a GT dashboard with no defroster and a radio. That's annoying. They're both crappy dashboards. I don't want those. Couldn't get it. Why not just store the junk you don't want outside? What are we, heathens? I mean, I stored some exhausts outside because I don't care. We got another oil pan. That's kind of nice. All right. Now, next. I think these are the rando boxes that we ordered. Let's see what's in them. Oh no, those are the studded tires. Yeah. We got studs, baby. I got studs and I got regulars. I don't know what this one was. Now I'm not sure if we bought randos, but here, let's open it. Yeah, junk. But now you stay on the road, huh? Yeah, we got a spare starter. All right. Okay, cool. I'm going to get the jack and we're going to put the tires on this damn thing. I'm going to put the Gommers on just because I think they look cool. So let me get the jack. And we will jack buyer the back of the car. Yes. Nice. Did you do the back so you could put the handbrake on it? I don't have the handbrake hooked up, Buxo, but that would, yeah, that's a really good idea. I'm just trying to get this done quick because we got to do some space news here in a moment. I said I'd get the car rolling this stream, so that's what we gonna do. Yeah, baby. Oh, that's a lot of spring for the rear. We might want to see if there's lighter springs. That thing is going to sit with its butt way up in the air. Do I have that dang handbrake? I should. Pretty sure I do. Dude, I could have sworn I had it. No handbrake. Well, that's not great. Looks like we're going to need one. Oh, no, shut up. Yes. Oops. I mean, doesn't look like it worked until you tighten it down. I don't know if it comes with a cable, and I can't, frankly, can't see under the car either, so here's what we're gonna do. Give me the sandbags. And put the sandbags behind the wheels so the car doesn't move. Nice. Okay, set her down. We got a roller. We got a roller. Nice. Rear lugs already fastened. We got a freaking roller, dude. If I remember correctly, the handbrake has a bolt at the lever and one on each rear wheel. That's how it was in the summer car. I don't know about this thing. I'll tell you what. How about we push the car backwards into the pit so we can see. Okay, just gotta be careful as we push this thing back.
Mm.
Uh-huh.
Ooh.
Oh. Can you show the studded tires to my son? Yeah, sure. They just got metal studs into the steel that are anchored into the steel belted radial. That metal breaks up snow underneath it, so they get way more traction. Think of it like if you put spikes on it. That's what those are. They're metal studded tires. Well, you only use them in the wintertime though, rarest. Or little rarest. It makes one hell of a noise going down the road, I will say.
Mm.
Well, see, now we can see underneath here. Fantastic. Yeah, football cleats, but for tires. Yeah, pretty much. Hell yeah. Dude, I want to keep working on this, but we got to do a space news. Bop, bop, boop, 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 bop. Beep, boop, bop, boop, boop, beep. There we go, dudes. There we go. Looks like the car is a little bit this way. We just got to give it a little push that way. She's nice and straight now. There we go. Now we are putting the motor in the back. I just put it in here because that's cool. The motor goes up here. When we put the shell into the trailer, when we got it, I put it in a certain way that we had to dump it backwards into the driveway. So yeah, when we go to put the engine in, I'm gonna have to push the car out here. I'm gonna have to push the car out here and then drag the engine hoist out here. How you feeling? I'm all right, outdoorsman. How are you? Now you will see the final assembly of the car on the other side of Space News in part 9. Or no, this is part 9. In part 10 for attempt 3. Can you get the hoist around the car? Probably, Jack, but I don't want to tempt the Kraken. I don't think that's a good idea. Shut the door. Where the hell did the Marchetti go? Damn it, I can't see it. I think I got it. Well, we'll find it in the morning. Oh yeah, outdoorsman. That sounds like good. Sounds like fun. Hang on, I just got to bring the catalog in here. Where the frick did it go? I tossed it this way. Maybe it's in the snow or something, dudes. Maybe it, you know, it's clipped into the snow. Yeah, Marchetti. All right. We will figure out what's in the Marchetti on the other side of Space News. All right. Okay. So, I'm going to jog the VOD over on YouTube. I'm not going to take a break, guys. We're just going to plow right through it. Let me get the Space News links all compiled up here. And, yeah, we'll go there. But I hope you enjoyed part 9. Car assembly is going to be part 10. Yeah, thank you very much for watching. I will see you in a second for Space News. Okay, Twitch, it's just you and me here for a second. I shut YouTube. The reason why I jog the YouTube VODs is so it's all the different segments of the stream are broken up on YouTube, so you can go watch them there. Let's just switch the title. Space and Rocket Review 1/22/26. Sweet. YouTube VOD's all ready to go.